Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Peabody and the East Coast Philharmonic, joined by retired filmmaker George Lucas and the cast of The George Lucas Talk Show.
Will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show.
Each time that we log into this august and famous Twitch channel,
we're starting out from scratch after our UCB and Arliss shows.
You're already acquainted with the white slaver they call WATTO.
You're already acquainted with the white slaver they call WATTO. You're already acquainted with the white slaver they call WATTO. You're already acquainted with the white slaver that they all call WATTO.
The Toydarian.
Yes, it's hard to be producing when you're always taking naps and snacks. A freezer full of sausages, a beer that's growing down my back.
But
Still, when we log into this august and famous Twitch channel, will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show.
But still, when we log into this august and famous Twitch channel, will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show.
I made Star Wars and Indiana Jones and also THX, Red Tails and Strange Magic, and Howard the Duck always having sex. So if you like the stuff I make and want to see a little more, please tweet at Disney Plus to tell them to release Star Wars Detours.
Please tweet at Disney Plus to tell them to release Star Wars Detours.
Please tweet at Disney Plus to tell them to release Star Wars Detours.
Please tweet at Disney Plus or I will release a Google Drive that has some of the episodes in a semi-finished state.
WATTO, that wasn't the same thing we said.
Please tweet at Disney Plus to tell them to release the show Star Wars Detours. Today we're watching season 1 of Studio 60 Sunset Strip. We skipped some words in the title because they simply did not fit. But still, when we log into this august and famous Twitch channel, will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show.
But still, when we log into this august and famous Twitch channel, will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show. But still, when we log into this august and famous Twitch channel, will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show.
Talk about a little twist.
Okay, let's start this show.
Please welcome retired filmmaker George Lucas.
Hello, I'm George Lucas, creator of Star Wars. Welcome to the George Lucas Talk Show, charity watch-a-thon for Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. As always, I'd like to welcome my co-host and sidekick, WATTO. It's very early here in Marin County.
I can't believe I'm fucking awake. How am I? I'm tired. How are you, George?
I'm doing okay, staying safe. But very excited to begin the journey that we're going to embark upon today.
Of course, yes.
The next 17 hours, we're going to watch all 22 episodes of Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip.
None of us slept very well last night. Is that fair to say? Can I speak on your behalf?
Let's do this.
You didn't sleep well either. And don't act like you slept well. You did not sleep well.
I didn't, but I'm ready to go.
As always, our producer, Patrick Connor, a.k.a. Pat the Rat, a.k.a. Patatouille, a.k.a. the face of late-stage capitalism, a.k.a. Quacktrick Luck Duck.
Yeah, too many names. Too many names.
A.k.a. Snack Trick Nap Snort, a.k.a. Mr. Druthers.
That's right.
Yeah.
How are you feeling today, Patrick?
I'm doing great. I'm ready to go. I'm excited.
Tired. Admit that you're tired.
I mean, look at my eyes. I'm tired. You can tell I'm tired. You can tell.
I don't see a difference.
We can erase those lines digitally, those matte lines on your face.
Thank you.
Patrick, are those crow's feet, or are they late-stage capitalism fraying at its edges?
Oh no. Oh no.
It's a valid question, Patrick.
It's a great question. I think they're probably crow's feet.
Well,
okay, well, thank you for your honest answer.
If your face is already cracking up, I hate to think what it will be like by the end of 17 hours of this.
That's true.
We're gonna have a fun time today, and
this is one of the few shows that can make you crack up, make you think, and make you cry. Right, George? I know you were talking about a different kind of cracking up.
That's right, but what you're referring to is a trilogy.
Yes.
Laughing, thinking, and crying. Yes, Patrick.
Yes, Luck Duck.
Yes, Luck Duck.
I just had to change my shirt really quick.
How is that possible? What do you have there? How do you have that?
How do I have it? What do you mean? How do I have it?
What we mean is, how do you have it?
How do you have that?
I bought it.
Is that legitimate? Is that legitimate, or is that an Etsy?
I believe it is I think it was like a T Public or a Cafe Press or something.
Okay.
All right, so we start out by committing a crime. That's wonderful.
Right.
Some
you got to do
IP theft. All right.
Yes. You see, Patrick, some of us were scouring eBay for official Studio 60 merchandise, and the reason why we're not wearing any today is because it doesn't exist. And other people felt like being a pirate.
Yes, a scoundrel.
I mean, if you're mad now, I'm very curious to see how you'll be 17 hours from now when everything has come out.
I think I'll be delighted.
Yes, I think I will be once again not in jail, unlike you, Captain Patrick Barbosa.
George, we should talk about what we're raising money for today, George.
That's right. Today we're raising money for Broadway Cares, and we feel Broadway does care.
Yeah.
They can't do shows right now, but they can still care. That's one thing that if anything, the pandemic has made people care more, I think.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Well, now I'll say this, Bryson's this spreadsheet is not up to date.
No.
What?
Because we are already at $600.60.
Are you serious?
It is 9:11 a.m. and we are at $600. Yep, there we go.
We are very close to the devil's number there.
Yeah. So if you guys want to donate, the link is bit.ly/GLTSgives. Let me bring that up.
And let's say this as well, Patrick, okay? I decided to mix it up today. The energy drink I will have to chug, right? Just $60, less than $60. Rather than the Coke energy drink, I got 3 disgusting new flavors of Red Bull. So I have the yellow edition, the green edition, and the orange edition. If you're making a donation in the next 2 minutes, try to add a note with which color you want.
Yeah.
It's not an official vote, but Patrick, I want you to take the temperature.
I will.
Okay?
I will.
Yeah, see which way the wind is blowing.
George, Watto, we have some guests that are joining us for the pilot.
Oh, we have guests?
Yeah.
Already? 9 a.m. Eastern time?
Yes. Do you want me to bring them in?
6 a.m. Pacific? Yes, bring them in.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
For the first episode of Studio 60, we have 2 guests that are joining us.
What?
Right.
2 guests. We have Mr. Dylan Killington himself, Nate Torrance.
Nate!
What is up?
And we have Miss Lily Rodriguez herself, Diana Maria Riva.
Diana!
Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you
Very
guys?
to be here.
First question right off the bat. Why the fuck are you awake right now? You understand This is going on for 17 hours. You could have picked any point to come on.
Right.
And you said,
That is a
top of the
legit
question.
question. That's
it is
that's
a good question.
a sign of
Go
a pandemic with nothing better to do, so why not discuss it?
ahead. Went to bed at 6:30 last night, excited to be asked to
Wow.
do something. I'm East Coast too. Are you East Coast?
No,
I'm East
no,
Coast.
it's
No,
6:15.
West Coast.
No.
Yeah, no,
Unbelievable.
that's brutal. That's brutal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just, I got my drink on early, passed out at a good time, and woke up,
This is
bright-eyed and
great.
bushy-tailed.
Yeah.
Guys,
Now-
let's pull up the first episode and we can get started.
Patrick,
Hey,
how
I do have to say that opening was amazing. That you
Oh.
guys.
So glad you
That-
liked it.
yeah. Well,
that
it was
beautiful.
it was we were supposed to, it was actually we had to throw it together at the last minute because the White Stripes canceled and we were left with nothing. So we thought we have to
Big
do
shoes to
something
fill.
different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had been our big booking for this live stream. We said
Yeah.
the George Lucas Talk Show is going to exclusively host the first White Stripes reunion in over a decade. Surprisingly, they were
Yeah.
on board for all 17 hours. They were
We're just background.
Yeah.
Just playing a
And-
slight
and then-
beat.
they canceled. And we said, what's the perfect? We have to acknowledge the elephant in the room. No White Stripes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like that. That's actually
Well, I
a
think-
nice little pull on the elephant.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Now, Patrick, how do people watch
So
this?
if you guys go to my Twitter, Patrick Kottner, there's a link for all the YouTube links. It's my pinned tweet. It's all up on YouTube. They're all subtitled, so we can all turn down the sound and just watch it together.
But if people are searching on YouTube, what code words should they search for?
Video 60, 101, 102, 103. It should pop up like that.
Wow.
Insane.
How lucky for people that suddenly appeared.
Yeah, how lucky that some person, we don't know who, uploaded all the episodes this week.
If I find out who did that, I'm gonna
All
say
How lucky when we ask how people can find it, you redirect people to your Twitter looking for another.
Only way to get it is through the merch. I'm in merch right now. I'm buying that shirt.
First you stop by Instagram and take a peek there. That gives you the link to my Twitter. And then
Yes,
the
yes, Just add me on LinkedIn while you're at it. It's okay.
It's done.
Still
right.
around? Okay.
Hey George, are we ready to go?
I mean, I'm ready to go. I've been
All
waiting
right.
I've been staying up all night waiting for this.
All
Well,
right. So
I have one question before we go,
Yeah.
Mr. Luck Duck. Where are we at in the donation? Should I chug an energy drink to kick off?
we are at. Oh, good. Someone sent us 9 cents, so we're at $660.69.
We're $6 away.
Yeah.
Okay, keep them rolling in, people.
All right, here we go. So we're gonna press play in 1, 2, 3.
I'm off. I think my sound is off. Yeah.
That's okay. As long as we're close enough, we're good. So we'll start with Diana. Diana, how did you get involved in the show? I mean, you were on West Wing.
I was, but there were, by the time I worked on West Wing, it was the last season, and Aaron Sorkin wasn't a part of the show anymore. So coming into Studio 60 was with new faces for me. So I had to go through the audition process. Francine Maisler, the casting director, brought me in, and Aaron was in the room, a true champion of actors. He believes in being there, and he was the reader for the material, and just wanted to make sure that he could visually see and feel what would be brought to the table. And Tommy Shammi was there too, so I just had to go in like every other actor and do my thing. And it was nice because once you got in there with him, he's a decision maker. But that was the first time I'd ever met him, and that's the first time I could see that he's a believer in the actor. He's there to uplift you and support you no matter what.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's amazing that he was willing to be not just the writer but also the reader. That's a double hyphenate you don't often hear.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you can get anybody usually there, but he was there. He was invested as he seems to be with everything he does. He's invested from the the beginning to the end of the process. So
Yeah.
it's great.
And now, Nate, how did it feel to dress up like Dick Cheney?
Exactly. That was really on point. What's funny is we had a little bit of a different audition process because they actually auditioned us kind of like SNL. Like me and Simon were doing stuff at Second City at the time, and Cordray, I think, was doing stuff at UCB. And so we actually did like a character packet and brought it in and had to do characters and sketches, and we thought there was going to be like this there was a little bit more of what other characters can you play and impersonations and stuff. And then we got to the pilot, and that was like one of the first ones up, which me and Nate had never played. I was never great at impersonations, but yeah, it was fun.
That's great.
I have a question for you right off the bat, Nate.
Yeah.
And often on this show, because we have a UCB pedigree, because a lot of our guests have a UCB pedigree, we like to ask people if they ever made a Harold team, if they were ever on Maude Night, just to clarify. But I think we have to modify the question. Did you ever audition for Saturday Night Live?
Do you really? Though this is a long, crazy story.
Let's hear it.
I actually,
we have 17 hours.
What's amazing is how good this actually is of a story for what we're doing. It's a great question, Watto. It was between Saturday Night Live and Studio 60 for me. I actually, well, I mean, I was at the time going through the process of the Saturday Night Live working toward an audition. I had done this HBO showcase at Second City when it was still on Melrose, and there was talk, and I got this, and 30 Rock was up, and I was actually kind of auditioning, no offers on any of those, just in the process. And it was 30 Rock, Saturday Night Live, and Second City. And Second City was, and Studio 60. Studio 60 then was the first to go through with hiring me. And it was this crazy, I was LA based. I had just had a little girl. And I was, it was like this crazy decision of what we wanted to do. And again, I was just about to go through the audition process. And when I talked to agents and stuff, they're like, it's a drama. It's going to be a sketch comedy show. And we all kind of went all in on the idea of it was Sorkin. And, I don't have any regrets. It is what it is. But that actual was the dilemma that I was between those two. It was the year Bobby Moynihan got on the show. So they were looking for bigger guys. And so it was like a nice little straight shot that but yeah, the rest is Studio 60 history. And I will say, the cool thing is this then, after this got me to Get Smart. So I then got that movie after that too.
Yeah.
But,
well, if you think about it, if you had instead booked SNL, you might have to be going back into the studio, we'll see how that goes, but you could find yourself in a very dangerous position right now, having to do studio shows with live audiences.
No, I mean, right? Because if you had been an SNL cast member in 2006, you unquestionably would be playing someone in the presidential election right now over a current cast member.
If I was definitely still in and around, I think I had it on lock.
No, I'm saying especially if you had left the show like a decade ago, you'd be playing someone right there.
Yeah.
True.
Or
if you were still on the cast, you probably wouldn't be making air.
Yeah, actually, the fact that you did not get on the show actually puts you still in the running to maybe get one of those candidate parts, because they're now going through the rejects pile. Like who did we not pick? Oh, this guy. He could be. Yeah.
Jim Carrey's bombed. Right, he bombed that audition.
He did. He was horrible.
That's right.
It's a fascinating connection, Nate, because you were in this weird zone between Studio 60, 30 Rock, SNL, the real show, the two shows riffing on it in two different genres.
It was crazy, and what was funny was, and as you guys get into it and go down the road, it was funny because I was really into specifically, it would have been Second City because UCB LA hadn't really. I think I did one show. I was able to do one show before I got busier, but they were just.
You were never on
up.
Herald Night, just to clarify.
No, I didn't. No, I was lucky enough or whatever. I just started working a little bit. I was going through Groundlings too at the time, and so it was like so funny because you have all those sketch comedy like schools and stuff. And all of them, I dropped all of them when I went to Studio 60 and just kind of started focusing on that. And then was able, I had like a 3-year run where I just was working quite a bit. And none of it was in LA. I was just everywhere. But boy, did they hate, as a sketch comedian to be on this show at that time, it was pretty ridiculed. Like it was, and it was, I love the show and I love everything it was and what it taught me as an actor. And Sorkin, exactly what you said, Dan, he was there for like, I mean, literally every read through, let alone scripts and memorizing lines as an improviser and respecting the lines. Like you would ruin a walk and talk with an and that weight. And then as a guy that I kind of like lived in being in the moment, and that's why I was hired for 90% of every job I got up until that moment. And to be like, I just remember me and Simon specifically just looking at each other and being like, I don't know what we're doing. And then when we got to the sketch stuff, being then very restricted in what we could choose as our characters. Like it was like, oh, no, you can't be this funny because we're going to the scene about war. So you need to tone down your sketch choices. And we were like, but then it's not funny, and we got a lot of friends watching this that we need to be funny for.
Yeah.
In addition to having one of the friends watching you on the set of the show, Matthew Perry.
Yeah.
I got to do 3 shows with him. He just kept on. He kept on.
Yeah, because you were on Mr. Sunshine after this.
Yeah.
Mr. Sunshine.
We did a show together on Showtime called End of Steve that turned into Mr. Sunshine.
Yeah.
So we had cool chemistry, and he was he is a great guy.
And what was the third show you did with him?
It was called End of Steve, and it was on Showtime.
Yeah, I could never bring myself to watch that show because my best friend's name is Steve, and I thought I don't ever want to see him end.
No, it's hard. That'd be a lot of just meta.
Steven Spielberg.
Oh, that even makes more sense. I don't have that kind of equity. I know like Steve Buscemi.
Yeah,
you do.
That's good. That's a good Steve. That's a solid Steve.
It's a great Steve.
That's a great Steve. I
don't want to see him end.
Yeah.
Now I have a parallel I want to establish with Diana here, right? We're talking about Nate in this weird sort of trifecta between the real sketch shows and the fake sketch shows and all of that stuff. I find it very fascinating that you went from post Sorkin West Wing to new Sorkin show. Because I mean, it was famously a big deal when he left the West Wing, and the show was trying to continue on when he was such a singular voice. And you're in at that point, sort of in the like post Sorkin, how do we keep this going series, and then you move over to Sorkin trying to mount his first big series since the West Wing. What were those two experiences like for you, especially as an actor? In that sort of like the Sorkinese, as they call it?
Well, I think that I would only say that the similarity would be that when West Wing continued without him, they did seemingly try to keep up that vibe and tone and tempo that you would see in a West Wing show. The walk and talks were there. You saw them, and you see them here in Studio 60. They're a lot of movement, a lot of fast pace, a lot of language. And as Nate was saying, this is very interesting. One thing I remember on West Wing, by the time, like I said, I was there in its last season, a lot of language, but there was a little bit more liberty and freedom to just kind of, just get the point across. But as he was saying, you couldn't add an article, a and the. It had to be, and this is how Aaron explained it, which was genius. This was something that I thought was very different on Studio 60 because the conductor was there. And I say conductor because I remember, Nate, you may remember this. First of all, we were on episodes 1, 2, and 3 forever. We were shooting episodes 6 and 7 and still going back and shooting scenes. And episodes
we
1
were
and 2.
doing three episodes at a time. Our schedule was kind of ABC units. It was nuts.
Yeah, it took me 20 years to make episodes 1, 2, and 3, and then when I did it, it actually took almost a decade. So I understand. That's very relatable. It takes a long time. It takes a long time. You have to wait till the technology is right. And then you have to make sure that it's absolutely perfect before you release any of them.
Which you did.
You did it just fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I wasn't fishing. I wasn't fishing. This is about Studio 60. I don't want to make this all about me. I just found it relatable.
It was relatable. So when we were at this table read, it was for like episode maybe two or three. And Aaron says to everybody there, packed house. He says, I think he said he was a musical theater major, which I didn't know. And he said, I write this as a symphony. I just hear this instrument coming in, and then I hear this instrument coming in, and all the notes are there. When you go off script or improvise or drop, it's like dropping a note. And all of a sudden, I can't hear it because the symphony has lost certain parts of the music. So please, he was very gracious. Please stick to the script, stick to the lines. So I would have like 2 words like, thank you. And I would like 4 pages ahead of time. I'd start giving myself advance notices. You're coming up. Here it comes. Sure. Circle. Here we go.
Yeah.
And because like he was also about pace. Keep up the pace, don't drop it. And then I would see somebody like if they didn't come in on their line, and this was at a table read. I watched him. His foot under the table would start going like this, like bouncing. Like it just would get to him because he was never rude. He just needed the symphony to play out so he can hear what's missing or what needs to be tweaked. So it was a work of art that was far different from West Wing, because West Wing was definitely more just straight through and what was on paper and then what you wanted to bring to it. And this was a far different piece of work, a far different piece of art.
Do you feel like West Wing gave you some good training for it, though? Like you were in the vein, and then you just had to work on the sort of precision of working with the maestro himself?
There is something to be said about that glorious walk and talk. You got to know what you're doing. You have to be able to land on your mark and get those lines right without, whatever, dropping them, whatever, and still live in that moment. So yeah, in West Wing, they by season 10, I think it was there right before we started Studio 60. It was the walk and talk was alive and well. So I think if anything, it got you. It definitely led to how to do the walk and talk. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever personally have the experience of being the one who blew the take in a long walk and talk? Did you ever have the moment where they had to go back to one and you knew that it was on you?
No.
Oh, I
wow.
did.
Wow.
I'm kidding. I don't know. With 2 words like thank you, I don't think I could. No, I don't. No, I don't think so. But I'll tell you. I
remember it. Yeah.
I would remember. So yeah.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I just remembered. No, this is what was so funny. We were doing So, and again, you're going to hear about this for the next 17 hours. At Studio 60, what was crazy about it was there was so much pressure on it because people were so excited about it. It was. I went to the movie theaters and they were doing commercials for the show. Before I had shot a day on it. And that was why, I mean, when you look back at the Saturday Night Live and all of those, those were the reasons it was like, yeah, we're following this. They're actually pumping this in the movie theaters. And it was just the emblem, the logo.
Nate, amazing segue. You don't even know what you did there because, of course, today, the next 17 hours are a fundraiser for Broadway Cares. And so we like to provide incentives, stretch goals, things that make people want to donate, to activate us to do different things.
Love it.
For every $1,000 we raise, at every 1K on the Nugget, we will be eating a bag of Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip popcorn. We each have in our possession 10 original bags, 30 bags between the 3 of us.
Oh, that's crazy.
Now we are at $1,003.95. So I'm gonna start popping my first bag. Hang on one second.
It also
popped
an energy drink. Yes.
And it's interesting. The stars are about to collide. That's the tagline.
Oh yeah.
Which that was
people.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I had a list back in '77 of taglines for Star Wars, and that was one of them. The stars are about to collide.
You were
Are you
really
saying
linked to
someone
this.
borrowed your tagline?
That's fine. I think I'd let it go by that point. You know, I when I saw that tagline, I remember thinking full respect. That's a good one. Maybe I should have gone with it.
Patrick, is there any consensus as to which Red Bull I should chug?
Are we still on this?
I have not seen any. Let me look. Hang on one sec. Also, I should tell people we are having some trouble seeing the comments in this StreamYard. Apparently, on the next link in a few hours, we'll be able to see them. But I'm keeping a tab on the.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking on my second device to see some of the comments.
Watto, we have one tangerine and one yellow drink. Those are the two. So it's really up to you, I think.
I'm going to go yellow. I mean, Lord knows I'll probably end up hitting all three. So this is another stretch goal, Diana and Nate. At $666, I need to chug an entire energy drink.
Oh.
Love it.
At this time I could use. But I want these things to be percolating in your head, the popcorn, the energy drink, Diana and Nate, because I want you to feel free. If you have any ideas of stretch goals, to throw them out. Things that either of you would do, things you want to pressure the two of us to do.
I like that.
Raising money.
All right. I like it.
Right.
Chug as in
I wanna
drink quickly or funnel, like back in the day.
I'm going to chug it with a straw because
Wow.
it's hard to shotgun with straws.
Okay.
I try and it's a conflict. Okay.
So Nate,
No, go ahead, George.
Nate, so you said you'd done some with the groundlings, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So that was
I got to Sunday show. Like I got, if you know that, like it was right that it was actually I was supposed to start on that and then I got Studio 60. In Studio 60, I don't know how your schedule was. Those were 16, 19-hour days.
Yeah.
It was
God.
you
we were
lived
getting
in
call times at 1:30 in the morning.
You lived in your trailer. Everyone kind of just slept there, and because you were, like we said, it wasn't just about the one episode you were doing. You were doing pickups for for 2 behind you, 3 behind you. So we just were always there. So you had no life. I had
How late were you getting new pages? Would you occasionally get a page very close to the?
We would get them on. We would get them on set day, like literally during the scene.
Right.
We were, Matt, I remember specifically, it was tough because, I mean, you know, we weren't doing a lot of the heavy lifting because Brad and Matt had some serious monologues. And I just remember some of the times being like, this isn't, you know, you're stuck in this place of, I can't memorize. I can't make this many changes. But you did. You found a way. And
especially, I mean, like,
there was no grace.
Right.
Coming from like a sketch comedy background, it must have been a real shock to your system to suddenly.
I was scared to death. It was and guys, this was my first job. This was my
I remember
first,
that. I was suddenly remembering that.
I had done commercials. I had done commercials up until then, and I had done 2. I was on like CSI as like a guy that died, and a pilot on like Warner Brothers that didn't go, and so this was my first time on a job on set, and then those walk-in talks and everything, and I literally was just a walking ulcer.
How did you, what was your way into Cheney? What was when you were doing your Cheney, did you have was there a hook or did you have
Penguin.
what was your take?
I studied Penguin. Yeah. I just studied old school Batman 1950s Penguin.
Right.
That scene where they were leaning. Like I was like, oh, on SNL, it seemed like that's where it was leaning at.
Right.
That they were going more towards. So I just like gave him, you know, like that snarky. But I never had to really say that much dialogue as him. And that's what was also, you know, it was what it was. But so many times we had characters that, like, my audition would have been like, I did like Fat Dakota Fanning. That was like the Fat Dakota Fanning talk show. That was like my audition
character to have.
I know, and I was like, me and Bobby, because she was really low. She had just said, "I am Sam," and I'm like, we're really having to get Bobby De Niro. My sketch was that she was auditioning for Annie, but it was really like it was a real bad take on orphans. Like she's like, this orphan has really been through things, syphilis. But anyway,
did Aaron ever at least write that up on a card?
No,
That should have been on the board.
The only one that made it was Simon Helberg's, and he might have had one other one, but he did a Nicolas Cage, that then made it. But we were given
I believe that did make it into the show.
That was the only one. That was the only one of our actual characters that we were like currently kind of pitching as our SNL audition / shows that we were doing, because we thought that was going to be the idea, that we would have this, not power, but oh my gosh, we get to be in charge of the sketch side of this show that Aaron Sorkin's writing. And then that quickly became he wanted all the control, and then our choices as an actor, which, and rightfully so. It's the lighting. It's a funny thing that, and I just all learned it, in the moment, but you realize when you're dramatically lighting a show, you can't do sketch and dramatic lighting. It's a real funny back and forth change that they're like, I'm dressed up as this woman for a bachelor. See, you're going to see it later on. I'm in this purple dress. And he just kept coming up to me, literally Aaron, because that's what was awesome. He was always there, and he was so sweet about it. He's like, don't play it. Just play it normal. Just play it like, I don't know. So no character at all. He's like, no, just like smile. Like you smile, and I'm like, but I feel like that's a weird take. But it was because I had to faint, and I end up getting sick in the middle of the scene. And so he's like, we have to have empathy for you, so I don't want you to be too funny in this moment. And I was like, wow, okay. Wow. And those were just like the little moments where you're like, there's more than going on than I'm aware of, and I'm just hanging on. But it was like I said, all of it being like this amazing. It was school. I felt like I was in school. I'm learning things that I don't know that I would have asked to learn as an actor,
Could you
pressure.
Imagine Lauren Michaels giving that note in between sketches, like 30 seconds, we're back from commercial break, and it goes just do this one normal.
Be less funny.
Don't play.
I would love.
Don't play. Very well said,
Diana. Be less funny. It was literally like try less. Be less funny.
The problem is
don't try so hard.
We've lit the studio for drama this week, so it'll be better. We want people to relate to the characters this week. It's a problem with the lighting.
I mean, Diana, your character is sort of in like the most kind of traditional Sorkin-y vein. Like your end of the show, the behind the scenes people and the executives, I feel like those are the elements that feel very much standard classical Sorkin, people under pressure, ticking clock, making game time decisions. Did you feel like there were two different shows going on when you were looking at people like Nate trying to handle the comedy, side of the show versus
Nate wearing a towel backstage, just hanging out.
Right. You're doing walk and talks. You're in the control booth. Like, what are you like? Man, I got off lucky on this one.
No, totally. Of course, it was very schizophrenic. But then I think that's the brilliance of Sorkin, is because when you watch an episode in its entirety, the two worlds blend kind of seamlessly, and you as the audience go in and out of the sketch and the reality, and the sketch and the reality just very easily. And it also, the point was to show you the behind the scenes and what what really was it about in that world. And so, and as for me then too, in my character, I definitely couldn't, the things that were important to me were not important to the actors in the studio. So I had a completely different focus, mindset, what intrigued me, what upset me or worried me than say like what Nate had to worry about. So it's a full circle.
Yeah, it felt like there was like three actual shows going on at all times. There was the actors, there was the executives, and then there was the show. You guys, the post and production aspect, and
Nate,
then you had love triangles.
And Nate, then there was also the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Those are also shows.
Nate's big moment.
Nate.
Now big moment in the pilot right now.
You are getting told off by Harriet Hayes. Harriet Hayes was also at Second City and then interned at the Groundlings, and that's where she was discovered by Danny Tripp. at the groundling. So you, an actual groundling, are being told off
to. Yeah.
by groundling Harriet
meta.
Hayes. That is almost as meta as when Allison
She's
Janney
the
would host
stereo
a show
Sherry.
herself. Yeah. Yeah.
Nate, in universe, did you know how long your character had been on Studio 60 at this point? Because that's a very ballsy move to go up to the MVP of the cast at the after party and start fucking razzing her.
Yeah, they had always they had always in the audition process, they were very clear. My backstory was, it was like first year, and this is what was funny. I think they were reading whatever I was bringing in my naturalness to the aspect. This was my first show in real life as an actor, and they wanted to play around with the nerve aspect of whatever, you know, Dylan is going through. Tommy, I worked with Tommy. He helped us with Tommy Schlamme. He went on to help us with Mr. Sunshine, and he had told me that from this moment they were writing in like this like crazier. I was going to go on this path of like self harm and all of this, like that was going to be a larger arc. And then with the show, like I wouldn't have known that until after the show was canceled, and later on that was something in the writers' rooms they had been mentioning, that it was going to take like a Belushi Farley kind of, you know,
I'll say this. I came into something that was written by the writer's assistants during the show, and it was the character sheet with all the details for all the characters. So they would keep track for continuity.
A little too cool.
So here's look at this, right? Almost right after each other.
Very nervous being himself, feels like he has to play the fact. Yeah, that's awesome. Rock! That's so cool. That's great.
Yeah.
That's neat. I love it.
So they basically kept this for people who I guess don't work in television to make sure the continuity was right. The way it was described to me was if Matt says his favorite fruit is steak in episode 2, they don't want him in episode 4 to say his favorite fruit is sushi.
Yeah.
Like it's not a mess.
Yeah.
Diana, you had a few scenes with Eli Wallach later in the show.
Oh, can I tell you my best? I'm sorry.
No, I want to hear about it. That's what I was asking.
Okay, so I don't know. There was a huge conference room scene that was being shot, and Eli and I, bless his heart, were sitting off to the side. And out of nowhere, he starts turning to me and saying, "My wife asked me once how many women in Hollywood I've slept with." So I started to tell her, and he starts going down the list. And all I remember is that he started with Marilyn Monroe, Jane Mansfield. And then he went down there. I know. He's telling me this, and then I started getting into it and asking him. I just started throwing out names. I'm like, Betty Davis, went to lunch with her, never had sex with her. Okay, I started throwing out names. So then I look over, and somebody said, one of the ADs says to me, "What are you talking to him about?" Because they could see that Eli was just, and I'm like, you know, and I said, "He's telling me everybody he's ever slept with." So the AD then, and they're shooting, and Aaron is there, and Tommy's over on this side, and the AD just whispers it to Aaron, and Aaron looks over and he goes, "What?" And I just like, he's telling me everybody he's slept with. And he's like, "Why you?" I'm like, "I don't know." So then he comes back over. So the AD comes over and asks me, he says, "Who do you sleep with?" I said, "Marilyn Monroe." He's like, "What?" So he goes over and he tells Aaron, and Aaron looks over and he's like, I said, "Yes." So then all of a sudden, like a couple seconds later, I see Aaron doing this with a piece of paper and a Sharpie. And it says, "Eli slept with Marilyn." And he shows it across the room to Tommy. And Tommy goes, "What?" He's like, "Eli slept with Marilyn." He goes, "How do you know?" And he's like, "Told Deanna." And then Tommy looks at me and goes, "Why you?" And I'm like, "I don't know."
That's
They had total locker room talk with Eli Wallach, and the
That's
list was long
amazing.
and impressive. And Aaron and Tommy could not have been more envious of my position in that moment.
That's so
That's
amazing. It's also amazing how close that is to being like a weird rough draft of the opening of the newsroom. You know, where Emily Mortimer's sitting in the audience, she holds up the piece of paper that says "It's not." Sort of inspires the whole thing. Just the idea that I like knowing that Aaron actually will write a message on a piece of paper like that and hold it up to make a point.
That he didn't say Eli slept with Marilyn. He literally wrote Eli effed Marilyn. So the locker room, because I was like, hey.
I hope that piece of paper is framed on someone's wall.
I think we have it. We have it.
We have it right here. Here we go.
Yeah, I wish.
Ladies
You
and
know what?
gentlemen.
Somebody did take, because we were kind of off to the corner talking. Someone on set captured, and I have it, the most it was a cinematographer, a picture of him talking to me, and I'm like this, listening, and I was like, oh my God,
that's awesome.
I can't wait to tell people, you know, when they see that picture,
What
like,
he was
you
really
have
saying.
no idea what we were discussing in that moment.
No, I mean,
That's
Diana, you know, you said that like Tommy and Aaron were envious of your position as the recipient of those stories. I'm fucking envious of Eli Wallach. Those are the positions that I would be envious of. Sounds like you got into some wild one. I mean, as a Jew, I'm happy someone was putting some numbers up on the scoreboard.
he had done quite well during his time. I wish I could.
Who knew Eli was such a stick man?
Right? I mean, he had it going on apparently, because the list was impressive.
That's amazing.
I feel like the popcorn was a very good choice, because now anytime a guest shares an anecdote, the three of us are leaning in, eating popcorn like
Yes. That looks good.
We should also say to the people watching that during this stream, we want the IMDb trivia page for Studio 60 to be brimming with facts.
Blossom.
That's all new.
Brimming.
Also, we need more GIFs of Studio 60. There are a healthy number of them, but not nearly enough. So that would be if we can get more things on Jiffy.
Yeah.
Because we feel like that is, you know, that is the way that a lot of shows will sort of like continue to cement their legacy over time. Is people see the GIFs and then they just say, hey, I want to see the show that's from.
Yeah, here's another thing we want to incentivize our viewers to do. We have, as of this moment, Patrick, we approximately 50 people booked to make appearances over the next 17 hours. Yeah. We want to get to 60. Yeah. We want a Studio 60.
Oh, that's 60.
Yes. So, look, we're not going to tell you who's confirmed. We're not going to tell you who's passed, because we want surprises. But just, let's say, if you're watching this stream, feel free to tweet at some people and say, hey, baby, the water's warm. Nate and Diana are doing the backstroke. Why don't you jump into the pool for a little swim?
Get in on it.
Absolutely.
Even the video greeting. We've got a lot of video greetings, and that's great.
I like the video greetings.
Where do they send the video greetings to?
I don't know. Just tweet it and we'll air it. That's fine.
That's right.
Here's another thing. We have been trying to. A goal has been, and no spoilers, but I don't think we've succeeded in this one. Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. We wanted to try to book some of the people who are mentioned on the show as hosts of Studio 60, but did not appear on the show themselves. We like Mark Wahlberg, Gwen Stefani.
Oh yeah,
that's so funny.
Yeah,
so
that would have been a good get.
Did Mossy Oka? He was actually on the show.
Yeah, he's on.
Was he on it?
Yeah, he did.
And you're
doing Heroes. But I did 2 movies with, we were together then forever after this.
Yeah,
you know what I did a series. I did a series with Mossy Oka.
I got you, baby.
There it is. That is so amazing.
You did a series with Mossy?
No. He was a background actor on a sitcom that I did in several years, about 3 or 4 years before Heroes, before any of this. And he Yes, and I mean, it was just like night and day for him. But I also just kind of parallel to Nate, I did 3 series. This was my second series with Bradley Whitford. I did 3 with him. I did West Wing.
you were on
Studio.
the Good Guys, right?
The Good Guys, yeah. So from
Yeah.
this,
Oh,
we
that's
went on and
awesome.
did the Good Gang, the Good Guys, the good
Yeah.
people to be.
I love the Good Guys. I thought the Good Guys was a lot of fun.
It was
Good show, great mustaches.
I
I
should
I
say,
point out, Diana, you were saying that Masaoka had such like a rise from being a background actor. Oh, look at this fan art.
we got some fan art.
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
my-
nice.
I'll say this is an offer we always try to extend to our guests. Our viewers are very fast and very efficient when it comes to making fan art. If either of you have any fan art you wish you could see of yourselves, a thing you
Oh my
wish
God.
someone could depict you doing, feel free to throw it out in the ether, and I promise you it
I
will
would
arrive within
freely-
15 minutes.
I would freely love to see the rendition of Fat Dakota Fanning with me.
Yes.
If it would have been. If it
There
would
we
have
go.
ever. I'd love to see that as a Studio 60 sketch.
Should we have it with host
I'll
Robert
pay
De
for
Niro?
it. I'll
Host
pay for
Robert
it.
De Niro.
Yes,
Host
exactly.
Robert De Niro. Yeah.
Bobby to Dakota. Dakota only called him Bobby.
And
Now
Diana, do you feel like there is a scenario you would like to see someone depict Lily Rodriguez in? Something you never got to do on the show, but we can make the fan art as if the episode finally happened.
I would probably guess that maybe Lily wanted to try acting at some point in her life, but is really bad at it, and so they gave her a little bit
Yeah.
part that, like, I don't know, on Peripheral Vision Man or something. She comes in and I don't know, hands him a pair of glasses. I don't know, something.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. So it's you in a Peripheral Vision Man sketch, Lily in a Peripheral Vision Man sketch. I was going to say before the fan art came in, an anecdote that might blow both of your minds. Talking about Masaoka and his rapid ascension from background actor to leading man. Do you know what Masaoka's primary job was?
Yes.
before?
Yeah.
Yes, because he was he a graphic design? He worked in San
Visual
Francisco or
effects.
This
something.
guy right here, man.
Skywalker Ranch for George
Yeah,
Lucas.
Oh, that's it.
Right.
That's it.
Did visual effects.
I mean,
George
legit.
Lucas.
Visual facts. That's it. Yeah.
Legit George. Yeah.
I probably have some
Look at the
paperwork. You want me-
What a career.
Mhm.
What a choice he made.
What did
That's
you
a lot. You
We
thought
should
SNL was a choice. Look at that. This guy
We should talk about the set a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it's huge.
Yeah, it
It's-
was living. It was an actual. They went to the walls of the studio.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
when this is just a practical question because I'm curious. Was there a backstage area, or was it just like you guys go in this dressing room and just use this as Video Village or something?
I didn't hear
Do you
the
re-
question.
Was there a
Oh, go ahead.
no? I was just gonna say, was there a backstage area to the set itself, or was it like we'll just use this dressing room for Video Village, or you guys just
Oh no.
hang out in the writers' room or whatever?
It was all built. It was all
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a set for the whole thing, which was I remember talking about that when we were there. Like, it's weird to see a studio in a studio.
Yeah.
So,
There is
like,
It was
And you guys
all
would go to
everything was living. Everything was living. Everything was like a hot set, basically. Like but then you would choose where you hung out. Where if that day it wasn't being used, we all had trailers like outside and stuff as actors. But then
wagon.
it was especially us. But the other ones had nice ones. Me, Simon, Simon, I, Camille.
Right.
We were down. I think they would pick us up with a golf cart. We were down by Ocean's 11.
Oh, we were in the Skid Row of trailers.
We were so far away.
Yeah. We were
You
in
know-
little campers.
Yeah.
Was there? Did you share? Was there? Because in some of those honey wagons where they have the wall that you could lift if you wanted, or
Yeah.
but it's,
It was me, Simon, and Cordry. We all had
Mhm.
one, and then the girls.
do you ever
we
lift?
all-
Do
we
you ever
all
lift the
sang.
wall to make one big one?
Me
Do you
and
ever lift that?
Simon did. Me and well, I don't know that we had the actual lift, but we were always either on the stairs or just hanging out. And that's what
Right.
was crazy because it was fun to at least I knew him, and we became better friends through that whole, that situation. But then we would hang out in the green room for the actors that were the green room. Like, I remember that happening quite a bit, that we would all kind of just hang out there if we had to be on set. But
so like offset was like 4 blocks away.
Yeah, literally, it was so far.
Yeah, basically we were in Studio City and we were shooting in Warner Brothers in Burbank. So that's pretty much what it was.
I
love the outside of the theater, like the whole second story. That's all digitally painted. That's all CGI.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they felt the need to build this huge practical set when you guys could have just filmed it all in a parking lot with some green screens, and you add in the theater later.
Because you can't do the walk and talks with a green screen. Like you can
do anything. You can do anything. You can do anything with a green screen. You can make the best movies ever made using a green screen. You could make dinosaurs. You could have dinosaurs walk and talk with you on a green screen.
You are correct there. But like, literally, do you remember that spiral staircase?
Yeah.
That spiral staircase was, I mean, like, the thing was as narrow as a traditional spiral staircase, and we were shooting
and the crane on it. They would come through the rafters on that shot when we would go through. That was the shot. We never even got to it, but that was the shot where I messed up a take and I didn't even have a line. Wow.
How do you do
that's
that?
quite a
listen, okay. So it's this huge walk up, but they were coming down that staircase. So a crane, and then it would, like, they were doing a handoff of some sort, because it turned into Steadicam. So it was like it was just crazy intricate. But then they came into our room, and I think it was Matt Albie, he was coming in, and he's like making this huge announcement, and I think he needed Tom. I forget which episode it's in. You're gonna see it. But me and Simon, it's the cast are all in a corner dancing, and I'm sorry, I'm having the memory. It's the episode where Tim Busfield has to take over for the props. That episode where everything's chaotic.
Disaster show.
Yeah. So
Classic.
it's in that episode. You're gonna see this shot, and then when it comes in, I'm in this room, and it's filled with extras. And there was this guy in the corner that wouldn't stop. Like, he was committing in the best of ways to his character to dancing to no music. But I mean, he really, like, he's just like, and the scene's going on, and he's just in my sight. And so everything would kind of stop when the camera would come in, and he's just behind the camera, just giving this all performance. And I just, like, in the take, I just was like so enamored by him that we started laughing, and they were like, "What? God, I can't believe you're laughing right now." So that was the one that I promised I would never break, but it was because there was so much going on behind us that they were live and giving it. Anyway, too long of a story. I'm sorry.
No, that's great.
No,
let me show.
Well, now we're gonna have to push back a little bit. We're gonna run a little long with the stream today. Just a few minutes at the end of the 17 hours. That's fine.
Yeah. I should show. I got a bunch of cartoons from a man named John Wan, who was a stand-in on the show, but he was also hired as a cartoonist by Tommy. And one that I got is of Nate that he drew during the show.
Wow.
That is amazing.
I'm going to be showing you throughout the day. I have a bunch of them, and then we have a video from John later, but I just wanted to show that.
You nailed it.
And then
I want that on a shirt.
I know. And then we also have a piece of fan art from Ben Ratner, and this is Nate choosing between the three.
The 3 doors. The 3 doors. No wrong answers. No wrong answers.
Such wrong answers. I want to clarify, those were not offers. Those were wonderful.
Well, Nate,
I had not won the golden ticket yet. I just took my golden ticket.
Right. I think print the legend. I think enough time has passed that if people choose to believe that you were offered all 3 shows and you made your choice, that's the kind of thing that I bet if it showed up on the IMDb trivia for Studio 60, I don't think I don't think the editors there are looking too hard. You know what I mean?
Right.
He would. I'm okay with the wording. He was in the mix.
He was in the mix.
Yeah.
When you had it in the mix. That's
in the mix.
That's where you want to be. You
That's
honestly,
solid.
that's the sweet spot.
That's
You want to
solid.
be in that mix.
I was in the mix on the show.
No.
Yeah.
Now we should ask. This is a serious question. This is a very serious question.
Yeah, we've been having a lot of fun, but this is a serious question.
It's time to
Nate?
get a little tiny bit serious.
I'm going to go to both of you. So Diana, get your answer ready.
Oh,
Nate,
boy.
Yeah.
where is Dylan Killington in 2020?
He's dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh no!
So
But-
that's the
but it
story.
was-
That's the story.
That's just the story I was told, guys. That's the
wow.
baton I was passed. You said serious. That's
Yeah.
it got real.
I think not only is he dead, but I think that now, in death, he is more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Yes.
If someone
like to
wants to
believe
add,
that.
if someone wants to add to the IMDb trivia in 2020, Dylan Killington is dead.
Nate Torrance believes. Nate Torrance believes. That way, it's a fact because that is your
But-
belief.
I can't help that I'm on the truth train, guys.
Yeah.
It's just who I am.
But you know what else? I bet like Lil Tommy Killington is now a current cast member. They're trying to Belushi your brother. You left that shadow that people went, we got to get the Killington in there. He was taken off the board too young.
Yeah.
They're putting him in movies. Yes.
Now, okay, Diana,
Oh, that's
Diana, I have a very important question to ask you. It's serious.
Let me get my popcorn ready. I'm
Oh
sitting
my
at the edge of my seat for this question.
Where is Lily Rodriguez in 2020?
I don't know. It's quite as dramatic.
Yeah.
This is what I heard back in those days about control room operators and their first in command there. So like
Mm-hmm.
Timothy Busfield's character, mine. I heard they're a couple that stay together forever.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say Lily
Penguins.
has never left his side. They're still in the control room. Probably has a mad crush on him that he will never realize or acknowledge. So she's just going to live a lonely life in her personal world, but she's going to show up to that control room to give him everything that she's got. And the two of them are just. He's my work husband, which he probably has grandiose, fantasies of much more, but never be realized. And she's just going to live out her days in that control room next to him.
That's great.
Wow.
You're like, not so fun, but okay.
No, I mean, these are dramatic answers.
It's a great life.
Dramatic show. Yes.
You know what I heard? Because I heard back in that time that there are two women. I feel like I remember hearing they're sisters, maybe not, but that are the control room operator director and the assistant for SNL. And I heard that I don't know who was telling me the story back during those days. They had just a kind of flowing dance between the two of them, that the operator would just go like this with their finger or like this, and the sister would know what to do, and it was just like music, and it was flawless. So I feel like it sounds like when you get a team like that, they probably don't separate.
Yeah, that's how Bryson and Jersey Dave are here at Planet Scum. You're not seeing it, but behind the scenes of the live stream, it's beautiful music.
It's beautiful.
Yes.
And something else we're going to be doing throughout the day is the people watching will not see this today, but on YouTube, we want to end the show during the credits with everyone who came on waving to the camera, a lot like SNL. So I'm going to...
We need some clean pickups. We need some pickups for the good night.
Pickups coming. Here we go.
Okay.
And Nate, maybe share an inside joke with another cast member on this stage.
This is good.
Nate, your character's wasted, remember.
All right,
Nate,
Diana.
Okay, Diana, and here's your motivation.
Okay.
You want to wish your mom a happy birthday. You're waiting for the camera to land on you so you can mouth happy birthday, mom, in the good nights.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's good. That is good. Oh, guys.
Single take.
See that? I didn't mess it up. Nate.
One take one.
I did.
Total pro. Total pro.
Total pro.
We should start episode 2, George and Watto, because I don't want to get too far behind.
Yep.
You guys are
we far behind already?
Yeah, we're a little behind, but it's okay. Don't worry about it.
You're so screwed, man.
If you guys want to hang out, you can, or if you got to go, totally
ahead.
understandable. So
I might come back later.
yeah.
I might come back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Diana. You're the best.
And good
Thank
luck.
you so much.
Bye. Good
All
night,
right.
Nate.
Hey, good
Bye.
meeting you, Diana.
Here, wait, Nate, hang on 1 second, because I'm going to bring someone in really quick, and then I just want you to have a little quick reunion.
Okay.
Can somebody
Nate.
take a screenshot and send this to me so I can post
Yeah,
it to
I will.
Okay.
I will.
Absolutely.
Now,
Yeah.
Nate, we have one of
Yes.
your fellow cast members here.
Yay.
We have Samantha Lee herself, Camille Chen.
Oh! Hey!
How do y'all look? Y'all look so awake.
Oh man.
We just had
Well-
an amazing hour.
It's called popcorn and Red Bull.
Studio 60. That's what the pilot still does. It still works.
It works. It amps
After
you
all
up,
these
baby.
years, Judd Hirsch will wake you up in your soul,
Yeah.
man.
When under pressure drops, you're like, oh, this is my jam.
All right. Well, Camille, George, Watto, we're gonna start the next episode. Nate and Diana, thank you so much for coming. You're the best.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Good seeing you,
Nate.
Camille.
Ew.
See you guys. Camille, we're gonna start episode 2.
Okay.
We're all gonna press play at the same time. Let me know when you have it up.
Do y'all? I have it up.
Okay.
So Nate and Diana were up. They're in LA.
Nate is
Diana
East Coast. Diana's in West Coast though.
Damn, she's a rock star. Okay, I'm in my
Yeah.
pajamas still, so
That's great. You're
Hey,
killing it.
Camille, I slept 90 minutes last night. None of us are doing great right now. We have a long day ahead of us.
you look amazing.
Well, thank you. It's
All
the
right.
CGI.
So we're gonna press play. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
right.
Camille, this is George Lucas and Watto. I wanted to introduce you
Hello,
guys.
hello, Camille. Very nice to meet you.
Huge fan. Huge fan.
Thank you. And likewise.
Thank you for coming on.
We are so excited having blazed through the pilot. We're now in the first regular episode after the pilot, which is the cold open, which in some ways is one of the most maybe one of the most well-known episodes beyond the pilot. This is one that a lot of people, even people who haven't seen the show, everyone's heard about the cold open. And we're starting in the middle of a press conference. Just for people at home who are watching this.
There's a lot to address in the world of Studio 60. The headlines are popping off fast and furious.
Oh, Amanda was so good. She's
How did you get involved in the show, Camille?
Well, on a Friday, I got a same day audition. They wanted to include. I mean, this is in 2007, so they wanted to include an Asian cast member. And so they kind of put it out there, and like casting called in a handful of my peers and I, and they gave us dummy sides. They were actually genie sides. And, there's Brad. And they said it was 1 page, and then they said to bring in a couple of sketch characters. And I brought in a couple of sketch characters, and, sorry. Hi, baby. My daughter just ran in the room. Come here, baby.
Wait a second. I'm still barely awake. What episode are we up to right now?
102, Watto. Oh, hello.
Hi. Can you say hi?
Hello.
Hi.
Okay.
Good morning.
Adorable.
I was in the middle of a story about me. Okay, it's mommy time.
She's already so engrossed in episode 2.
She loves it.
Kids love episode 2.
They love. She's a huge fan. So I went same day, and Aaron knows this, but like I didn't quite know. Like I had heard his name, but like I didn't know who he was, or I hadn't watched Sports Night or West Wing or anything.
Yeah.
And so, and I certainly didn't know what he looked like. So he came into the waiting room, and he had just worked out, and he was like, "Hey guys, thanks for coming in so last minute. Thanks for waiting." And I think it served me that I wasn't a huge fan, you know.
Right.
Because I wasn't nervous. And then I went in and I did the 1 page of sides, and then I did the 2 sketch characters. And then Tommy Schlamy was looking at my resume, and he said, "Oh my gosh, you went to the University of Texas at Austin. So did I." And I said, "Oh, crazy." And then he said, "Oh my God, you went to Bel Air High School. So did I."
Wow.
And, yeah. And then we just hit, and I literally left. And that was at Warner Brothers. And then I was about to turn on Laurel Canyon to go back to Hollywood. And my manager called, and he's like, "You need to pull over. You booked it." It was literally 20 minutes after. And then on Monday, I started work.
Whoa, so wait a second. What was the total time elapsed between you getting the notification about the audition and you being on the show?
Okay, I mean, 48, not even 48 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fucking great. I just kind of moved to LA. So, I mean, needless to say, I was not ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But are any of us ever really ready? I ask you that.
Right. And we don't do this, and you don't do Studio 60 because you're ready. You do it because it's Friday night.
That's the thing. You do it because it's Friday night at 10:30.
Hey, yeah.
Camille, I mean, your journey to getting on the show sounds like a whirlwind, but Nate was telling us that for the cast members of the show within the show, they were pulling from people in the comedy world, people who had their own characters prepped and things like that. Were you working more in the comedy vein at that time, or were you working more in straight acting?
I was working because I was a young Asian. I mean, I hate to say I was not an improv or comedy girl. Like I literally just moved to LA.
Right.
But I did do a lot of commercials, which a lot of people, casting directors, were like, "Hey, that Asian girl from the Old Navy commercial, is she any good?" You know, and then they would call me in, basically.
So how did you assemble your characters for your audition? That you remember those?
Yeah, one of them was based on my grandma, and one of them was based on this really perverted Japanese game show host that I've seen. I remember watching this like Japanese game show where like the contestants were at the top of a platform with like slides down it, and they peed in it. They peed in the slides, and whose ever pee was faster won the race. I don't know, you know.
Wow. It was a fastest pee competition.
Yeah.
How have I never seen this show? It sounds like I produced it.
Yeah. Maybe you did. I don't know.
There's no chance.
Now this is pee racing.
Yeah.
Camille, I was just like trying.
What?
I want to say I was trying to Google it to see what it was called, and I googled Japanese pee competition, and it said,
don't do that.
But it said, "Did you mean Japanese pee compilation?" And I was like, "No, I didn't."
Yeah.
But you could find the Japanese pee competition compilation.
Google, I'm looking for the best of the best, not just some random assembly of clips. I'm looking for champions.
Neil, I'm just impressed because, like, the other people, I mean, Nate was telling us he was, like, in the mix for SNL. He had done Groundlings. Like, he had characters and impressions in his back pocket. You got such a late notice audition and then came up with 2 characters without having any background in that, and then booked the show. Like, it's a real testament to your ability as an actor.
Oh, thank you. I also think it's a testament to, like, when you don't have time to think. you know, and you get an audition, and or when you go to an audition, they're like, I think you're better for this character. Here are 5 pages of script. You have 15 minutes to prepare. Like, you don't have time to overthink or, And then, but I remember on Monday, so that was Friday and Monday, my very first scene that I shot was the musical number, was Modern Major.
Wow, that is trial by fire.
It was, so over the weekend we had rehearsed.
Did they tell you this is a one-time thing, or did you think every week was going to be a new Gilbert and Sullivan?
Yeah.
It was very loose. Like, they just said recurring guest, but I did not. But honestly, in the end, they didn't use us as much as I think Aaron wanted to. He was very involved. In fact, my last name is spelled Li, and he asked me, because he had done his research and he knew that I was Taiwanese, and he said, will your family be offended if I make your last name Li, Li, which is the communist Chinese spelling?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I was like, I don't think my mom will give a shit, you know, but thank you for taking that into consideration. And, you know, he really did talk to all of us about what we wanted to do or what characters we could bring. But, you know, the network just wanted to focus more on, you know, the Harriet and Matt love story, and, you know. And Nate Corddry's brother.
He's in the middle of Afghanistan. I get it.
Yeah.
Ultimately, one of the main characters of the entire series.
Yes.
In spirit.
What's his name? Mark Jeter. I think that's it.
Mark Jeter. Yeah. How dare you, Patrick? How dare you forget his name?
I know, he's a hero. I'm sorry.
I know you didn't sleep, but that's shameful. It's inexcusable.
We should give now, George. We haven't done this yet,
right?
We should give Camille her water cooler sketch.
Right.
So, George, why don't you explain it?
Okay.
We always like to develop. We have someone who develops special websites for when we do these watchathons, and sometimes we have people come up with a name. But in the case of Studio 60, we thought let's decide that if you were going to be on hosting Studio 60 as yourself, what would your water cooler sketch be based on your name? So,
like, what would be the sketch that people are talking about on Monday
morning, like the thing people are talking about on Monday. And so, in order to determine, this is all based on a scientific algorithm, on a scale of, is it 1 to 5?
1 to 4.
1 to 4, or 0 to 4, I guess, right?
Yeah.
On a scale of 0 to 4, how crazy Christians are you?
Me?
Take that however you want, whatever you want it to
Take that
mean.
however. The two questions really are just about deciding which of your Studio 60 sketches will be the one that gets the most buzz on Monday morning.
Yeah.
And understand that this sketch might not have gone on because it was ready. It went on because it was 10:30 on Friday night.
Yes. Yeah.
This is a very relative test.
Okay, great.
All right. So on a scale of 0 to 4, how crazy Christians are you?
0.
Okay.
0. And on a scale,
on
a scale of 0 to 4, how science are you?
3.
3.
Oh, love it.
All right. Great.
So your water cooler sketch is Peripheral Vision Man goes to a COVID-19 testing site, and it's Tom Jeter is the. We have some caricatures by Kevin Woods, and he drew different characters of a bunch of different.
Wow.
So that's your sketch.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's a good
You
one.
really popped in that one. You really popped.
I have been tested several times. Have y'all been tested?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
I haven't really been leaving the house, so there's not much of a reason for me.
That's its own test.
Yeah.
In a way.
How many times have you been tested now?
Well, I test every couple of weeks with the drive-through mouth swabs, but I've worked a couple times, and I'm going to Mexico next week for a job, so they had to do the nasal.
Got it.
They had to hit my brain up.
Yeah.
How was that?
How was
It was awesome, guys.
it? You liked it? You recommend? That's a hard recommend.
It was like, I mean, felt great. Felt great.
Would do again. Yeah.
So Evan Handler.
Yeah.
So I barely worked with him. I just saw him. I barely worked with him. And then later, I, got pounded by him in Californication. And he was like, "You're on Studio 60." I was like, what is
wow.
No, full circle.
It is funny. I guess it's because there's so many people on this show who work a lot, but it's funny how many people will like keep showing up in other things. Like Evan and Sarah Paulson run the OJ show. Like there's just a lot of like crossovers. Mr. Sunshine had a bunch of people.
Yeah.
But it's such a large cast, and as you said, it's such an accomplished cast.
Yeah.
It's like these are people at the high levels. They're going to keep working.
Right.
Yeah.
But for people who are shipping those characters in the world of Studio 60, then later on it might happen in another show.
A lot of Ricky Samantha Lee shippers.
Yes.
Yeah. People who are like, oh, and then it could still happen because everybody works, everybody books.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did y'all get in touch with Ida?
We tried.
We
really tried.
We tried.
We're not giving away a lot of sport. You know what I'll do for you? In the private chat, I'm going to send you who's coming on today.
Oh, yay. Okay.
Just so you can see.
Okay.
Because
I mean, I was talking about Ida yesterday, and my friend was like,
I'm going to send everybody.
"You know somebody who's married to Robbie Williams?"
I know.
Like,
isn't that wild?
Yeah.
I texted it to you, so now you can take a look and marvel at the around probably 50 people that will be on at some point today.
Oh, that is
our goal is to ultimately have 60 guests. We have 50 confirmed right now. We want to fill in the gap of the remaining 10 so we can do 60 for 60.
Yeah.
So if you have any pals from the show that you think aren't coming on that might like to send a video or something like that, feel free to spread the word today. We're going to get to 60 by the end of this stream.
Yeah. Let me text a couple people right now.
Yeah. I wanted to show, we just got some fan art from Nate Cordry's suggestion, which is this was a character he wanted to play on the show, Camille. It was part of his audition.
Part of his audition, yeah.
Oh my God.
From Bring the Noise.
But Camille, this is the thing. Our viewers are very efficient with the fan art. So if you want to describe a sketch as you wish you had gotten to do on Studio 60, you now have the chance for someone to finally bring it to light via fan art.
Here you
go. I know, guys. I had no idea what I was doing.
That's great, though. It's a good first experience, I think.
And I mean, I kind of knew what I was doing, but like just surrounded by all this talent and oh man. Oh, also years later worked with Sarah on American Horror Story.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so crazy.
Now the girl in the background.
Yes.
I mean, we probably should show I could show the video now, I guess. I got a bunch of videos from people too. Let me pull this one up.
What girl in the background? Her?
Her name is Kimberly Robbins.
Yes.
Kimberly Russack. Now let me bring up the video because we have a video from her.
Here we go.
Hey, George, Watto, and Patrick. It's Kimberly Russack, aka Bankles, and I was a production assistant on Studio 60, both on screen and in real life. If there was ever a PA running in the background of a shot, it was me. I actually worked on Studio 60 for the entire run, starting on the pilot as a background actor, and then I transitioned to being an on-set PA about 2 or 3 episodes in. There were a lot of days where I would do double duty, carrying both a prop walkie and a real one. A fun memory for me was on my first day on the pilot, a wardrobe put me in a cockroach costume. I sat on set all day, not being used, with legs coming out of me in every direction. At the end of the day, I finally got put in as a gag to throw off, I think, Amanda Peet as she turned to exit a shot, and that was it. I was actually called back the next day and made into a PA for the background, which was more in demand than a cockroach. So I became a regular and was there almost every day. Studio 60 holds a special place in my heart, and I learned so much as a PA on that show that I've taken with me in life. I am so glad you guys are showing it the love that it deserves, and I hope your audience can also show some love to Broadway Cares by donating today. I hope you're all staying safe and taking care of yourselves. Bye.
Oh my gosh.
I know it's just a video, but I'm gonna wave. If the videos wave, I'm gonna wave to the video. Patrick Watto. I'm always gonna wave to the videos.
Yeah.
It feels very appropriate because this show, the George Lucas talk show on Planet Scum, has always been really based in the fact that it's a live stream. But much like Saturday Night Live, I think Studio 60, were it on the air right now, would become about 40% pre-taped sketches. So I feel like the more pre-taped video appearances we have, the more we're honoring the tradition of live TV sketch comedy.
Good news, Watto, because we have a lot. We have a lot of good pre-tapes that we're going to be showing.
It's so surprising because you would assume that the direction would go the other way, that a real PA would then be thrown on to be background, to be a fake PA.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's very surprising to find someone not just going from fake PA to real PA, but from cockroach to fake PA to real PA, which is like, that is the proper order. There's cockroach and then fake PA and then real PA.
Yeah.
It's reverse Kafka-esque.
Yes, it's a reverse Kafka. It's a very, very elegant one.
I forgot. She was so sweet. She was so helpful.
Talking to a lot of people on this show, it seems like there's a lot of sweet people and a lot of people who really had a good time working on it.
Yes. It was just so exciting, and it was just the cast, and you know how hands-on Aaron and Tommy were, and Tim Busfield was so amazing, and just the scale of, like, you could actually run a show from that set, which was insane. I remember, speaking of like it being my first thing, I wasn't quite sure what a walk and talk was, and like Tommy loves using Steadicam, and I just remember there was a walk and talk where Matt was like coming through backstage, and there were so many moving parts, and I was so nervous, and Matt walks by me, and I had one line, and so it's a walking talk, and he comes by, and then I froze, and Matt was like, "Camille, you have one line." I will never fuck up again. Like, I was on my game. Oh my gosh. I mean,
but I think a lot of people say that one line, especially if it comes deep into the walk and talk, is actually more high pressure than if you have a big speech, you can prepare it and be confident. But if you have the one line, it's coming closer. It's so easy to trip over something like that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and plus I'm just so excited. I literally got thrown into it.
Did you have any places on the set that you would hang out? Like, was there like a spot where everyone hung out, or was it trailers?
No, we hung out on set. Yeah, they would just have like a bunch of folding chairs, and nobody was really like, I have to go to my trailer. Nobody was like, you know, people hung out because they were long days. We would have like 20-hour days and then a forced call, you know, just because of all the background actors. And I remember we had like a 18 or 20-hour day, and then they gave us a forced call, and some of the higher ups on the call sheet were not too happy about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it was insane. How would we do our best work after that, you know, after like getting like 6 hours of sleep?
No one should ever make a TV show.
Yeah. And also that's too long a day, especially if you haven't gotten enough sleep the night before. It's very inadvisable to spend that long doing one thing for a show if you're not well rested.
Camille, we all had rough nights of sleep last night. We were all too jazzed for today that it was it was a long night.
It is reassuring. It is reassuring to know that we are not going to go as long as it sometimes took to actually make an episode to actually shoot a day of Studio 60.
Right. We're coming in on the tight, probably 17 and a half hours. Camille, Nate and Diana were telling us that the production of each episode stretched on. That like while you were filming episode 8, you were still doing pickups on 2 and 3. That you were like shooting multiple units at a time.
Yeah.
Was it hard to keep track as you kept on like moving backwards and forwards in the story order, while also you're moving back and forth between the show within a show and the show?
Yeah, I think for us, not as much, just because our through lines weren't like the show wasn't about us, you know.
Mhm.
We could just hop in and out with different sketches or just little bits and segments. But oh my God, there's Steven Weber. I killed him. I murdered him in Criminal Intent.
Oh, I was going to say, don't confess to that.
Years later.
They were this show. We never say this, and we always should. This stream is admissible in any court of law as evidence.
Yeah. So it's good that you modified it with the on Criminal Minds.
On Criminal Minds.
It got touchy there for a second.
That is a good piece of Studio 60 IMDb trivia for someone to add.
Yes.
Neil Chung murdered Steven Weber on Criminal
Minds.
And had sex with Evan Handler on Californication.
Right.
Yeah, someone should start making a map of the Studio 60 world and the way that the various characters interact in other fictional worlds.
Yeah.
I want to focus it up because people in IMDb trivia love that kind of thing where they're like, this is the 5th time these two people work together. This is the 2nd time these two people work together. I think we want to make the map of Studio 60 cast members who had sex on screen prior or after Studio 60 and or murdered each other prior or before after Studio 60. It's the fuck, marry, kill chart.
Yeah.
Right.
Someone in the comments, M Krause 523 is asking if Studio 60 is in the Tommy Westphal universe, which is the snow globe from St. Elsewhere.
Yeah.
The connection that I think I remember is I was watching the pilot for Designated Survivor, the Kiefer Sutherland White House show where he becomes the president, and the news network that they use on that show is NBS.
Wow.
Which is such a wild crossover.
That's great.
Crazy.
Also, I know it's not in the fictional world, but if we're going to play Studio 60 Fuck, Marry, Kill, Eli Wallach is far in the lead in the fuck category. Based on some information that we got in the previous hour. We got some. Did you ever hear the hot gossip about Eli Wallach?
No.
Diana told us that when she was on set working with Eli Wallach, he told her every Hollywood actress that he had slept with in his entire life, including Marilyn Monroe.
And
unprompted. Yeah. He just gave her the list. Wallach's list.
Wow.
Yeah. And also, it wasn't just coitus. If he'd had a cordial lunch with Betty Davis, never led to anything. But they shared a meal.
Yeah.
Went Dutch.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also, last year or 2 years, I don't know what year it is anymore, guys. I hired Amanda Peet in. Oh my God, the murder, Dirty John Betty.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Right?
Wow.
Okay. I mean,
so another fuck, marry, kill, hire.
Right.
Let's broaden it a little. Let's make it. We need more verbs than that. Who would you fuck? Who would you marry? Who would you kill? Who would you hire?
Yeah. It's like hire in a show that's about murder. I mean, there's a line there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Oh no, the white stripes dropped out.
Oh no. What are they going to do? What are they going to do?
They don't have a musical guest.
They don't have anything. That was all they had on the show. Pull those cards out. I got nothing left.
I also heard they don't have a cold open. They better figure that out.
I don't know if you heard this. We told Nate and Diana last hour, Camille. We had originally booked the White Stripes for this live stream. They were going to reunite for the first time in a decade and join us for all 17 hours as our backing band. So we've been scrambling a little bit to figure out the show in the wake of the White Stripes bailing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow. So what are y'all gonna do?
I don't know.
Probably just this.
We gotta
Guys,
just more
they have-
popcorn. Where are we at? Where are we at for
Oh, yeah.
donations,
We should
Patrick?
tell Camille about the popcorn.
Yeah, Camille.
Right.
So, this is a fundraiser. We're raising money for Broadway Cares.
Yeah,
We've
amazing.
raised over 80 something, some odd $1,000 over since May for different charities. So we're trying to get over $100,000.
Watto, let's say we're at 95.8 thousand is where we started this.
We're at 95.8.
95.8. And right now we have raised, that is not the correct one. Hey, Bryson, can you switch it to medium on this? Because
Yeah,
we
switch to
are
medium.
we're at 1585.55. Yep.
So Camille, there was a seller on eBay who was had up for purchase 10 mint condition popcorn bags from Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. Patrick bought them. I went, oh no, I was gonna buy them. I can't believe I missed out. He immediately put 10 more up for sale. I purchased those 10, and then he immediately put another 10 up for sale. We said, George, you got to get it. So at every $1,000 benchmark for donations, we're popping a new bag of popcorn.
Wow.
We hope to eat at least 10 bags of popcorn.
We'll buy
30 between the 30 of us.
Modern
You'll buy
Network
one?
TV show. Here we go. W.S. Gilbert.
Oh my God, this is the moment. Inspiration is striking.
Oh gosh.
The king of frat humor.
Look at him.
Yeah.
Oh, he gets so funny.
Now, what do you remember about recording the song? Because that's a big moment on this show.
It's huge.
And a big moment for you, your first day on set.
Yeah.
The first time I met everyone, so we were in the recording studio, and then we rehearsed like the choreography and the blocking. But my first day, the Monday, my first day on set, I literally went from hair and makeup to like camera rehearsal, and I met Brad and Matt for the first time. I mean, it was just like they hugged me. It was insane. And then it was just like, Aaron and Tommy came on and they were like, okay, so it's going to be Steadicam. And I just, again, got thrown into it. But I'm a huge musical theater geek, huge musical. I don't do musical theater, but this was like my first musical theater performance.
Wow. What a debut.
What a debut. Yeah. I never did any after this, but
Yeah.
but listen, I can carry a tune, okay? I'm not like tone deaf.
Right.
You might know the answer to this. I've heard that the exterior of the theater, the second floor, is CGI. I've heard that when they're like outside the theater, the second story is not real. Do you know where the outside of the theater is?
The actual theater?
Yeah, because I've heard it's the Pantages Theater.
No, Palladium.
No, it's the Palladium.
Palladium.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Palladium, yeah. Which still exists. Well, y'all are in New York. Do y'all come out here ever?
Yeah, we do.
I'm in Marin County.
We might have. Yeah, George lives in San Francisco area. He's up in Marin County, Skywalker Ranch.
I live in the Dakota.
Yeah.
Got it.
And I'm in Queens. Yeah.
It was amazing. Performing, and we didn't actually perform. Wait, did we perform in front of an actual audience? We didn't.
Yeah.
For different shots.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was that though a weird experience to, as an actor, have to act like you are acting for a live audience when it wasn't there?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. They were so good. All the background actors were so amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, you don't have time to think. You just have to do it. And then the whole modern major general was an entire day. Just that little 2-minute.
Did you have to record? Was there a recording session before you filmed it? Yeah.
Yeah, in a recording studio. Yeah. But we just wanted by ourselves. Oh no, Ida and I recorded together.
Mm.
Yeah, she was. I mean, she was like the most sought after actress on set. She's so hot. Have y'all actually ever seen her in person?
I have not seen her in person. No.
She's so like she's just. Look at her. There she is.
Yeah, she's married to a star. They're a power couple.
Yeah. She and I recorded together. She was so sweet, and I was looking up to her because I felt like she had more experience than I did, but she was just as nervous and insecure, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we should ask, when did you find out, to push ahead a little bit, that the show wasn't coming back?
We found out when we got the back 9.
Mm-hmm.
We found out we weren't going to get renewed.
Oh, wow.
Like, basically,
you went into the back 9 being like, this is how we end this series.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And like Tommy announced it to us. He sat us down, I think in this dressing room. We were all sitting around and he was like, well, we got a full season, but this is it. Like, NBC's just giving us this, you know. Yeah. Which to me wasn't as devastating as it was to Sarah, I think.
Yeah.
Sarah had so much pressure on her shoulders. Yeah, she had a hard time.
Yeah.
She was stressed out. So it was just kind of like, well, we have to do as much as we can in this back 9. But then the whole story changed in the back 9.
Yeah.
You know?
They bring a lot into it. Yeah.
Yeah. And DL was so cool. There he is.
Do you think it was easier knowing that you guys were wrapping it up versus just being like, well, we're going to set all this stuff up and maybe it'll come back? Like,
yeah, I think it was easier.
Yeah.
Easier that we knew that there was no pressure in getting a second season order.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was almost in the modern in the current tradition of TV shows, it was almost like getting another full season to wrap the show up, because now 9 episodes can be a full season for some shows, and it kind of in some ways does feel like one long season, or in some ways 2 seasons back to back when you're watching it. The back 9 does feel like they're heading towards wrapping up the story in ways that it's glad that it wasn't. Yeah.
Hey, George,
mm-hmm.
I hate to do this to you because I know it's early,
right?
But it looks like you have to. You can explain this to Camille, but you have to deflate, inflate, and then get hyped.
Yeah. So Camille, this is our spreadsheet. We put different stretch goals in to incentivize people to donate things that they want to see us do. And George, I will explain it while you get onto the physical side of things.
Well, I want to say that it's currently deflated. So do I need to inflate it first and then deflate it, then inflate it, and then deflate it again? I got to do it like 4 times?
No, just 2. Just 2.
Yeah, just 2.
Okay.
So
I also don't have enough charging cables, so I'm going to go get those first.
Okay, great.
Okay. So,
what is he inflating and deflating?
Great question. Camille, are you familiar with the Robot BB-8 from the Star Wars movies?
A little round.
He's like a little snowman robot. So
I'll show you a picture of him.
So George has an inflatable, full-sized replica of BB-8. And we discovered that it is very funny to watch George try to inflate it because it is so large, it almost kills him. And then we discovered that the only thing funnier than watching him inflate it is watching him try to deflate it, because through trial and error, it turns out the only way he can get the air out of BB-8 is to put his entire body's weight on top of it and thrust back and forth. It is going to seem like a juvenile thing we are doing purely for comedy, but I guarantee you this was through trial and error, the only way to get the air released from the thing. So now every time we hit multiples of 4, 4, 4, 8, 8, 8, whatever it is, he either has to inflate or deflate. And we crossed 2 thresholds, so now he has to do both back to back.
Here we go. Look at everybody together.
This was my very first scene that I shot.
Wow.
They were like, Camille, Matthew, Camille.
Yeah.
And action.
But that, I mean, sorry, what were you going to say? Yeah. It must have kind of been like a nice mirroring of the pressure this cast would have felt in this moment, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, guys, another story about Simon.
Yeah.
He had shot the Big Bang Theory pilot and it did not get picked up. And during the shooting of Studio 60, well, I kind of want to, unless y'all are going to have him on, but another network decided to pick it up, CBS. And so they reshot the pilot. He found out this news and he was like, oh man, this pilot that I shot didn't get picked up, but we're going to shoot it again for another network. So hopefully they pick it up.
So they shot it for NBC? Is that who shot it?
I don't know. I don't know who the other studio was, but he's like, another network bought it. So we're going to shoot it again and hopefully it'll get picked up.
Wow.
So his 19 episodes of Studio 60 happen in between Big Bang Theory being passed on and Big Bang Theory going to series.
Yes.
Yeah, because Big Bang Theory premiered September 24th, 2007. That's wild.
Wow.
Oh, yes. What a story, right? Just like Seinfeld did not.
Yeah.
Seinfeld did not.
Yeah, even the Wikipedia page does not say what the other network was. And now, Camille, except for George, he could buy and sell the 3 of us.
This is true.
150 times over.
This is so true.
And you later, or was it before this that you did his series?
Oh my God. It was during.
It was during. Okay.
Oh my God. And then I just did Drunk History, which just got canceled.
Yeah.
But yeah, I met
Was yours going to air though, or was it one of the one shot for the 7th season?
It aired already. I played Yoko Ono.
That's a good one.
Amazing.
Yeah.
She lived upstairs from me. I live in the Dakota on Central Park West.
Of course.
She's my upstairs neighbor. Sometimes I hit her with a broom.
Wow.
I mean, not hit her, but you know what I'm saying. Hit her floor.
Guys, here it comes.
Here it is. Now, Camille, you probably didn't see it. I will text it to you and you can watch it later. We also did our own cold open.
I want to see it.
I'll text it to you.
We had a real orchestra and choir. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Did you also notice, Camille, that on Patrick's computer screen behind him is a digital replica of Matt Albie's countdown clock?
Yes, I love it. Do you want me to watch this cold open? Right?
No, you don't have to watch it now. It's just you can watch it later.
Yeah.
You also don't have to watch it later. You do whatever you want.
I mean, I love how
there are extras there. There's a bunch of people in the seats. The camera turned around.
Yes. When the camera turns around, but these shots, the characters were not there. Yeah. These shots were just us, like the close-ups and like the 2 shots and stuff. But I just love that Aaron wrote about himself so candidly.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
The Bradley Whitford and Matthew Perry characters are kind of the split of the things that Aaron Sorkin had been going through 100%. In the couple of years leading up to this, right? Yeah.
And you know, Sarah's character was loosely based on his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
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 Yes. And if people want to Google it, they can figure out who it is. But we don't need to.
Someone pretty famous.
Yeah.
Pretty famous.
Yeah. And a wickedly talented person.
A wickedly talented.
Other one.
I'm so fascinated by what's taking George this long. and somewhat worried that he might have fallen asleep.
Is he okay? I mean, it is early.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, which that wickedly famous person that Harriet is based on ended up dating a really good friend of mine's ex-husband, and they met at church.
Sure.
You can Google that too.
It's like something out of a Crazy Christian sketch.
Yes. I don't know where George went.
Yeah. I hope he's okay. Maybe he is taking a poop.
Maybe. That honestly, honestly, who knows anymore? Oh boy. So okay, so now I have a very serious question.
Okay.
This is real, and I want you to take it seriously.
Okay.
Where is Samantha Lee in 2020?
Samantha Lee in 2020. She is no longer acting.
Okay.
Yeah. She's no longer acting. She is an activist, a feminist activist.
Yeah.
We live in New York City. Oh my God! Wait, my next episode's playing. Should I stop it? I'm gonna stop it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We're pausing so that we can have a clean sync up moment for our viewers. But wait, I'm fascinated by this. So she's put show business behind her. She's committed herself to the cause.
Yeah, she's committed herself to the cause, and she's out.
Oh wow!
Yeah, yeah.
Good for her. That's great.
Right? Yeah. So, yeah, she's just she's way into politics. She's lobbying. She's yeah.
That's exciting. Good for her. I'm happy that it seems like she's happy, and that makes me happy.
She's very happy.
Hey, George.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
George, well, first, let's press play on episode 3. Camille, you can hang out if you want, or if you got to go, that's okay. But let's just press play so we don't get super far behind, George.
Is somebody coming on?
3, we don't, there's nobody coming on. I have a few videos to show during 3.
All right. The BB-8 that I inflate has been outdoors for over a month. And I should have made this a stretch goal, but I there's not a lot. I basically had to try putting this in the shower. It's filthy, and it'll ruin everything if I have to deflate this. So
you have get a towel.
No, I'm going to. I'm
let's
trying to clean off all the dirt.
George, let's start the episode just so we can go. All right, you ready?
All right.
1.
I already started a long time ago.
2, 3. You can restart it, George.
Everybody donate.
Yes.
We gotta go.
Camille, before you leave, we're having everybody wave to the camera like the end of SNL.
Okay.
And we're going to cut that into the credits at the end.
Yeah, we'll edit it together. We just need a clean pickup of you doing your Studio 60 good nights.
Oh, okay, great. Hi, thank you so much. This is Camille Chen. Good night and good luck.
And
good.
Camille,
And now
can
let's
we
get
just
some
get
waving.
get some waving. And Camille, can we get like you're now sharing a little anecdote with one of the members of the band that was the musical guest this week?
We can't hear it though.
Like over here, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. One take.
Guys, I love you.
Thank you so much, Camille. You're the
Thank you,
best.
Camille. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye.
Now, George, while you're doing this, I'm going to show another video because he was just on screen. Let me pull it up.
Also, while we're doing this, Watto's going to set up his ring light because he thinks it might make him feel more awake.
Sure. We have a video from Rob Nagel, who was the focus group moderator in the opening scene. Let me pull it up right now. Great Rob Nagel has worked on a bunch of stuff. You've probably seen him in a ton. I'm going to mute this.
Hi, you probably recognize me as the moderator from the focus group, episode 3 of Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. My name is Rob Nagel. I'm so glad you're doing this marathon. I love this show so much, and the idea of everyone watching it together in one big marathon just thrills me. Aaron Sorkin, thank the blessed Lord that you came along to teach us how to tell stories. And enjoy the marathon, enjoy Studio 60, and please donate what you can to Broadway Cares. It's an incredible organization, and we need your help. Studio 60 rocks! And so does Broadway Cares.
A lovely pre-tape. Can we start calling our pre-tapes digital shorts?
Sure.
Sure. I have a few I'm going to show during this. I think we have 3 during this episode I want to show.
But you have to introduce them as now a GLTS digital short.
Okay, great. If Bryson wants to make that opening thing,
let's make it a GLTS S60 digital short to get the true spirit of collaboration.
And Bryson, all we need is the black background, white text, just like SNL digital short.
But yeah, make the font accurate though. We want the accurate
font. Bryson, make the font accurate.
Now, Patrick, serious question. What do you think the chances are that Bryson's awake right now?
I think they're pretty good. Yeah, here we go. Look at this.
Oh, look who's up.
So hopefully he'll take care of that. Oh, welcome to Science Schmites. Now for this episode, we have host Rob Reiner.
Now, Rob Reiner was just trending on Twitter this moment. When we started the stream, he was trending on Twitter for going after Trump or something. But the fact that he's now like all over Twitter, maybe people should take to Twitter and tweet at Rob Reiner and tell him, hey, meathead, the water is warm. Come in for a swim.
Now, I'll say this. The app may have been made and people are busy, you know?
I understand that people are busy. That's why I'm saying
not too busy to tweet. You got time to tweet.
Maybe if people want to say, hey, Rob Reiner, they're talking about you on this live stream.
Yeah, you got time to tweet. You got time to meet.
Hashtag Sign Schmiance.
Right. All I'm saying is I understand the ask was made. People, I assure you, Patrick asked literally everyone who touched this show in any capacity. But what he doesn't know is that we have a rapt audience right now who is waiting on bated breath for a slight appearance from the director of Rumor Has It. Any sort of appearance.
Right. And honestly, here's the thing. A 5 to 10 second video where he says, hi, I'm Rob Reiner. Thanks for watching Studio 60 for Broadway Cares. I bet he has time for that.
Yeah.
351 people would lose their minds if that happened right now. If I could just do a quick punch up, George.
Yeah.
My copy for the pre-tape would be, hi, I'm Rob Reiner, director of Rumor Has It. And thank you for watching the George Lucas Talk Show's charity fundraiser for Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But make sure and make sure that he's not playing the Adele song Rumor Has It in the background because we can't play it.
Can't play it.
No.
We cannot play it. Even if we tried, we could not play it.
Yeah, definitely hashtag Science Schmiance.
Science Schmiance.
Yes.
Our guests have been really good so far. I feel like we've gotten a lot of good info.
I know.
Yeah.
That's not me patting myself on the back. That's just like it's really good.
Oh, Patrick pat back.
Hey, wait, guys,
Patrick back pat. Patrick pat back noir.
Wait, George, this is exciting. We can see comments again.
What?
Hey, when did that happen?
I don't know.
Here we go.
A few minutes ago. This is it. Now this is pod racing.
Now this is pod racing. Hey, folks in the comments, if you could just quickly fill us in on everything that was discussed for the last 2 hours. If someone could just do a quick little.
Previously on the comments for the George Lucas Talk Show Studio 60 Marathon.
We got no guests for this episode, so it's a great time for us to catch up on comments.
We are we're almost at 2,000. I just want everyone to know we're at 1901.
I genuinely thought you said we are almost trending.
We should be.
But how do you know that? How do you gauge that?
Yeah.
But we're still a good ways away from getting to our second bag of popcorn, yeah?
Less than $100. Less than 100, yep.
And how close are we to hitting the big hundo?
Oh, that's a great question.
Because we can't be that far away from it at this point. If we were at 95.8.
Yeah, let me find out.
Yeah, we're at like
97.7.
We're less than $3,000 away.
Let me put in the exact number. Hang on a sec.
Come on, Patrick.
So we need to hit $4,180.58 to get there.
Okay, so let's make a stretch goal for that. 4,000, what is it, 881?
Nope. 4,180.
Okay, 4,269.
Nope. $4,180.58.
4,890 what?
$4,086 and a halfpenny.
A halfpenny will do, yeah.
If you haven't got a halfpenny, then God bless you.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
And also, I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Wow, that's very generous of you, Watto. Thank you so much.
That's a real offer from the bottom of my heart. Okay, what's the stretch goal for 4,181? Because that's a big moment.
That's a big moment.
That's a big one.
We should. I don't know. That's a good question.
That's a great question.
I just finished my first bag.
Maybe the greatest question. George, I know you've been prioritizing getting BB-8 cleaned off so you can inflate and deflate. Have you gotten hyped yet? Oh,
no,
wow.
Yet.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you weren't trying to sneak a hyping up by us. We will know when you're getting hyped, right?
Yeah, you'll know. I'll announce it.
People are asking for a walk and talk at 4181. Dare we try it?
I think we could try it. I think, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a fair goal. I think we try to do a little walk and talk.
Yeah. All right. Great. Good goal.
Before I think I can deflate this 8.
George, you're already doing a walk and talk?
Yeah, I'm already doing a walk and talk.
What, George?
No.
Sit the fuck down.
Taking him out. I'm taking him out.
We're trying to raise money for charity.
I don't even know if he knows he's not in the stream anymore, but he's not. He's not
trying to raise money for charity. We just established a thing people are really excited to see, and he starts doing it $3,000 early. This fucking lunatic.
What is he doing? He's still walking, and I'm not bringing him back in until he sits down.
This is the problem with George, is he loves telling stories out of order. And for movies, that is great. But for a charity live stream, sometimes
he also doesn't love us. He also doesn't love us saying no to him.
I know. Just realizing, I don't like the way this film strip looks in the background. This is a film strip of Watto from the Phantom Menace trailer.
Oh, wow.
But I feel like the way I was hanging it was making a hard line in my background. That it wasn't helping me.
Now, Watto, I have a question, and this is a question I probably should ask you off air, but it's okay that we're doing it now. I know times are crazy. I know we're all very busy and stressed out. Where are you on the drawings?
Working on it.
Working on it. Okay. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah. Yes. Working on it.
Great. Okay. I'm going to show another video really quick.
Yeah, sure.
So this is, okay, it seems like George.
Nope. Ban him again. George is not allowed back on the stream until he is sitting in a chair.
Okay, this video I'm going to show is
I'm sorry. What is it?
Oh, this what was it called? George Lucas Talk Show Studio 60
a GLTS/S60 digital short.
Yes. GLTS/S60 digital short. And this is from Wendy Phillips, who's a great character actress. A fun fact that I found out was her mother is a acting teacher in San Francisco and taught Tommy Wiseau and Greg Sestero in San Francisco.
So is she the teacher that Sharon Stone plays in The Disaster Artist?
No, I think she's the teacher when they're in the class at the beginning. Sharon Stone's an agent.
Oh, right. It's Melanie Griffith.
Something like, yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy. But Wendy Phillips, she was in Midnight Run. She was in Studio 60. She's been in like a ton of stuff. It's crazy.
She got the Duke.
She got the Duke. Yeah.
She got the Duke.
Hi, everyone. I'm Wendy Phillips, and I had the privilege of playing Shelley Green on the remarkable Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. It was a great experience for me. The opportunity to say Aaron Sorkin's lines, to work with one of the best ensemble of actors I've ever experienced, sort of like a pickup game with the Lakers. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the episodes. And furthermore, if you have any loose change around, send it on to Broadway Cares, which is a great organization helping artists for many, many years. And as we know, the theaters have taken a huge hit this year due to coronavirus. So we'd really appreciate it. And I thank you and enjoy the episodes.
Hubba.
Another great digital short.
Hubba, Watto.
I'm trying to rearrange. I'll show you why in a second.
Now, Watto, I think George wants to come back in. He's not moving. Should I bring him in?
Hold on.
Okay. Hang on, George.
So first of all, I want to rearrange because I was blocking it with my head. But this is original fan art from Bring the Noise, one of our favorite viewers who does so much great fan art for me. This is a needlepoint WATTO. So I wanted to put that in a better position for framing.
I also want to say Wendy Phillips is the NBS publicist on the show, just so if people are watching and they want to stay. I'm going to bring in George.
Let's cut to him, but let's say he's on thin ice and we're pulling him just as fast.
If you cut me from the stream again, I will leave and I will not come back. Do you know what why don't you trust me?
Sit down.
Sit down, George.
Do you have any idea what I'm trying to do for this stream?
What are you trying to do for this stream?
I'm going to do it off camera now. I was going to power wash BB-8.
George, that's fine. We'd love to see it as long as you are not walking and talking at the same time.
You can do
it off stream now.
You can do one. He really left.
I'm going to do it off stream. I'm going to do it off stream.
George, it's not personal. It's charity.
Yeah.
George, it's not personal. George, it's not personal. It's charity.
I thought people really would have liked, and I was gonna make it another stretch goal to power wash BB-8.
Yeah.
But now you're just gonna hear audio. It's gonna sound like a Japanese. It's gonna sound like a Japanese peeing competition. That's what it's gonna sound like.
Patrick, bring up the spreadsheet.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say bring up George, and I was gonna say I can't. Let's see. Let me refresh to make sure. Oh wow. Hey Watto.
Yeah.
Get that second bag, baby.
Where are you? What are we Whoa! George! Are you willing to make power washing a stretch goal at 2,250?
Yeah. But I gotta frame the shot, which you guys, it was hard to do when I'm not in the stream. You see BB-8 there?
Okay. Yes, so now that you are not walking and talking at the same time, get the frame ready. And if people want to see the power washing, we have to get to 2,250 in the next 5 minutes, or else you do it off screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. George.
Yeah.
George is already getting an attitude. It's so early, and George is getting an attitude.
You cut me off the stream just because I tried to help a charity.
George, did you just
cut you off the stream because you were walking and talking?
I'll do it again.
Guys, if you guys want to donate, bit.ly/GLTS gives.
Time for a second bag of popcorn.
Now this is the Crazy Christians episode.
Yes.
All right, you can see BB-8 there?
We could see BB-8, but don't do it yet, George.
I'll do it.
George.
People need to give that money.
George.
If people give money, let's see. I'm going to refresh. We're going to see if we've gotten any more. We have gotten some more, but I still need more. Guys, George, can you explain to people what a $4 friend is?
$4 friend is someone who gives you $4 just for being friends.
Mm-hmm. We need more
and
than
a $4 friendship, and a $4 friendship never ends. You can keep giving $4 as long as you want to keep being a $4 friend. You can give as many $4 as you want. But it only takes $4 to be a $4 friend.
That's true.
If you have $1 and you add $2 more, then all you have to do is add $4, and you can become a $4 friend.
Yeah. So basically what we're saying is if you donate $4, if all of you donate $4,
I have to start doing that soon, so I'm going to have to do it off camera.
George, how's the weather in California? Headbot wants to know.
It's pretty bad. The air quality's not great.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to start doing this pretty soon.
Why?
Because I turned the faucet on way away from this, and it's starting to build up.
Okay.
So we need that now. We need that money now, or else we're going to have to do it off camera.
What did we say? 2250?
Yeah.
Go ahead, George. We're at 227490.
All right, hold on. I'm taking my earbuds out. Can you hear me?
We're going to make George full screen while he does this.
Tell me if you can hear me.
Yep.
All right.
Look at those legs on George. Those socks are going to get so dirty. Why is he holding the hose like Han Solo holds a blaster? He's like this. He's like, why is he doing that? Everyone is saying that's low power pressure washing, George. Wow. Jeez. Okay, now we're seeing Science Schmience on screen. We have Alex Dwyer, aka Simon Helberg, is playing Tom Cruise. We've got Rob Reiner is playing a rabbi named Shlomo. Harriet Hayes is playing a witch. I think Jeannie is playing a college student, I want to say, like a liberal arts college student. And I'm not sure who Simon is playing. George, that was a very weak power wash.
You're weak.
Thank you for going off video. I really appreciate it. You know, I felt like we'd probably get to this point where they both just left me. I just didn't think it would be this quick.
I didn't know if you wanted me to stay on, if I was going to walk and talk.
That's fair. Well, no, I don't.
Yeah, cut him. No, I had to go get popcorn. Hey, here's a joke I thought of while I was making popcorn.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise, a witch, a rabbi named Shlomo, and a college student walk into a bar.
Mm-hmm. Watto.
I'm realizing now I didn't think of a joke. I just thought of a setup.
Watto, I have great news for you. They already thought it. Well, George, get out of here. They already thought of that, and it was in a sketch called Science Schmience.
Science Schmience?
Yeah. I want to show one more video. Is that okay, Watto?
You want to show a what?
Well, a GLTS S60 digital short.
Okay.
This is from Wendell Josepher, who played Deb, one of the writers in the writer's room.
Whoa! Come on, here we go.
Hi, George. Hi, Watto. Hi, Patrick. It's Wendell Josepher. I played the role of Deb on Studio 60. And I think it's so cool and so awesome. You guys are doing this fundraiser for Broadway Cares. Thank you. I'm happy to share about my experience being on Studio 60. I had an all-around phenomenal experience. Started with my audition. I was extremely nervous. And as soon as I walked in the room, Tommy Schlamme and Aaron Sorkin were sitting there, and their energies were so relaxed and welcoming, professional, and they were great, and it was easy. And then I went to work. The energy on the set I was so inspired by Aaron Sorkin's his focus, his writing, unbelievable, so extraordinary. At the table reads, if you can imagine the entire cast. I mean, I was part of the writers' room, but all the different parts of the show around the table reading the episodes. And at the end of each episode, I remember a thundering, everybody just stood up, standing ovation. He is magnificent, just an extraordinary writer and person. And it was thrilling to be in his presence and around that creative talent. I was grateful to work with Tommy Schlamme, fantastic director, and also Timothy Busfield, who was wonderful. And I was so happy to meet and to work with these fantastic actors who played writers in the room, like John Cabrera and Lucy Davis, Mark McKinney, Chris Hogan, Amir Talai, John Ennis, fantastic. I think I wrote them down. Carlos Jacot, great. Evan Handler, and Matthew Perry. And I was thrilled also just to work with Matthew, who was so generous and so kind. And he was also, I got to observe him. There were a lot of group scenes where a lot of chaos was going on. It was great because it was as chaotic as what that a real comedy producing of a show would be. And it was just great. So inspiring to observe Matthew. We worked very long hours, and Matthew worked so hard, and he was so focused and so striving to get the most honest, emotional, truthful, real moment. And he just worked blood, sweat, and tears on that show, and I was just grateful to be there and be a part of it all. And just one last thing about Aaron Sorkin. There was the energy was so cool on the set because it was a combination of focus, intensity, with that was spurred on by the writing, which was so focused, with a relaxed energy of great teamwork. So thank you, Timothy Busfield and Tommy Schlamme and Aaron Sorkin. Had a great time. And I love the show. It's wonderful to watch. And to everybody who's watching right now, if you can afford to, please give what you can to as a donation to support Broadway Cares. Several years ago, I was in a dire financial situation, and I went to what's called the Actors Fund, which is supported by Broadway Cares. And they were great with me. I got counseling, I got financial help. It was easy, it was quick. They are an amazing organization. And if you can give, that energy is just such great kindness and love. Your donation will be that energy, and it will really help people. And people are really struggling right now. So thank you to all who can make that donation. It's great energy to give. Thank you, guys.
I don't know if you have the same thought that I do, Patrick.
Yeah.
I am so relieved that this was a pleasant work experience for people. Because sometimes you commit to doing something like this, and then you're like, oh no, what if it turns out that this was a horribly abusive, toxic environment?
I'll say this. Almost everyone I talked to had a very positive experience on the show.
It seems like, yes, and not just positive. People were like, it was a very warm, supportive environment.
Yeah,
collaborative.
Right. They would never cut. They would never cut people off when they're trying to help the show.
George, why would we let you give people the money shot for free when we're trying to use these things as incentives for charity?
It was just a little taste.
We cut back to you as soon as you were stationary. We don't give them a free walk.
I was on the ground. Watto, I was on the ground screaming at the camera for over 60 seconds for you to bring me back on.
Studio
Stationary,
60
not walking.
seconds. Studio 60 seconds.
Now I'm
Never-
behind. Now we're behind schedule.
George, never give people a free walk and talk. That's the #1 rule in show business.
We call that the Schlami rule.
The Schlami rule. Never give them a walk and talk for free. Make them earn it.
Yeah.
Well, so we're on popcorn bag number 2 now.
Wow. Danny just gave a note to Jeannie. He says, no comedian you've ever admired has been afraid of silence.
It's true. I remember when we screened Radioland Murders for the first time. I remember saying, "You hear that?" Someone said, "No." I said, "I'm not afraid."
How
It's a
about
silent
we
audience?
test that theory, because this is, of course, a comedy show. Let's do 1 minute of silence other than the sound of eating popcorn.
Okay, let me give I'll give a fundraising update and then we can do that. We are at $2,502.90. But you know what? Hang on. Maybe we should have someone join us for the first minute of silence that we have.
Okay.
I'm going to bring in a guest, and he's going to sit with us in silence for 60 seconds, and then we'll talk to him.
Okay.
Tim Busfield, welcome to the show.
Hello, Tim. It's so thrilling to have you on the show.
Thank you. I'm thrilled with my presence as well.
Tim, we have been waiting all morning to get on the bus. And I have to say, it is especially groundbreaking to have you here this early, because you are the first guest on the George Lucas Talk Show from the Popcorn 8, the infamous Popcorn 8, the 8 actors who made the promotional popcorn bag, right there.
So Tim, let's talk about when you first came on board with this show, because you worked for years on West Wing.
Right. I'd done A Few Good Men on Broadway with Aaron. I replaced Tom Hulse, who created the role of Dan Caffey, the Tom Cruise role. And so Aaron and I became close there and did a play at my theater. And while he wrote some movies, and then I directed Sports Night, and then came into the West Wing, and then Studio 60. So I'd had a long run with Aaron. So to that point already, and it was great, great one. And Aaron sent me the script and said, "What part do you want to play?" And I wrote him back, and I said, "Cal." Wow. And he wrote me back literally 3 seconds later and said, "That was my thought too." And I could kind of tell he'd written that with me in mind, maybe a little bit. And like that, it was done. And then I went to Tommy, and because I was a director in the Sorkin Schlami world already with Sports Night, and Tommy said, you have your choice. You can be a series regular where you'll make the popcorn bag, or you're a producer. And I said, series regular. And he goes, "Okay,
I want to be on that bag."
Yeah.
I did. I said, and he said, "You're also producing." So they called me a consultant because many of the actors on the show were big stars and wanted producing credit, like DL and Maddie, and he didn't want to give that up. So he made me his number 2 director producer. So I produced pretty much every episode but the pilot with Tommy and Aaron, and was called a consultant. So that's why I directed so many of the episodes and was able to act in all of them.
I think this
is a question. Oh no, Patrick, please.
No, I was gonna say, I think you're one of there's a few actors on the show who also did the role that they did in real life. Like you were the director and you directed. I think Mark McKinney was writing and he was a writer on the show. Like there's a few people that crosses over for, so it's interesting.
PA and PA.
Yeah.
Tim, I was going to ask because I feel like you had directed episodes of 30 something. Yeah. But then in the early 2000s, you really sort of put pedal to the metal with your directing career, and you were directing so much television. And then this was sort of a return to you being a series regular. Had you sort of in your mind, were you trying to transition more to directing when this came about, or were you still trying to balance both equally?
It was, I'd had when 30 something ended in the 90s, I'd started a theater in Sacramento, and Aaron came up and was a company member and performed up there and wrote plays. And I really focused on that theater and the acting in movies and TV movies. I made a lot of those in the 90s after 30 something. And I didn't direct. I didn't pursue directing film. I knew I had those episodes. And then when Aaron did Sports Night, he brought me back in as a director. And he'd known, of course, we were friends when I directed on the 30-something at the end there. And he liked my work, and I directed a play of his. So Aaron invited me to do Sports Night. And once you have a quality piece of footage, then the offers started to come.
Sure.
And it was really in 2001 when in the second season of The West Wing, when I said that I had an opportunity to produce, that I kind of left The West Wing for a couple of years and produced Ed. And I wanted to be a better filmmaker at that time. I'd sold pilots, but I wasn't allowed to be the executive producer. I'd sold, and directed and wanted all of that, the ability to run my own shows. And so my focus was producing. I'd come off of Without a Trace, where I produced and directed and acted for a couple of years, real small part. So I always kept them all going. But really, you're right. From Sports Night on, my focus was really directing and becoming a better filmmaker. And I had the acting already, and I'd had, been noted, I had some notoriety there. So it was really, making myself a better filmmaker.
But was it nice in sort of a full circle way to you established yourself so well as an actor, then you decide to work on sort of furthering your bona fides as a director, and then now you're back on prime time playing a director. Did it just feel like you had sort of mastered everything?
You know what? With Sorkin, you're just playing catch up the whole time. You're the words the scripts are long, so you're talking fast and you're just trying to keep your head above water. There was really never any chance to pat yourself on the back. And, there were episodes I directed that I acted in, and I prefer that actually. So it was able to come full circle. Aaron kind of made that happen, and it was very fortunate. I was very fortunate.
What do you think?
It's also a wonderful way that these jobs sort of throughout your career, there's sort of a dialogue between the different jobs that you do and your characters do, because even back on 30 something, the friendship and the professional relationship between Michael and Elliot started to fray when Elliot started to get ambitions towards becoming a director, which ultimately led to the falling out. Miles Drentel used that as sort of a wedge to split Michael and Elliot apart. And that's ultimately what set Elliot away from working for DAA.
Those guys wrote into us a lot. They wrote into who we are and what those roles were, and that, they took from our personal lives. And Aaron knew me as a director, so it's not surprising he put me in as a director. The actors all liked me as a director more than Ken Olin as a human being and as a director. So they wrote that in there. Whatever they could do to sort of play at us, They did, and we responded. So that was a spectacular episode that Melanie Mayron directed of 30 something, where I direct the commercial. And it was already fraying at that point anyway. We'd had the first day, last day episodes, and Elliot and Michael and Peter Horton directed a brilliant, probably I think one of the best episodes we ever did, and best directed, was called First Day, Last Day. So we were struggling already. And then when they were about to do the 30-something sequel, Elliot is a working commercial director, and Michael and Elliot have split again after trying to make it work. You find out that they had split again, and I just think it was because of Olin's ego, really, as a human being, and his inability to deal with anybody who might be better than him.
It probably
the real problem.
It probably comes as no surprise to you that when it came time for me to map out the Star Wars prequels, I really was looking at the Michael and Elliot dynamic between Obi-Wan and Anakin, with Michael Stephan really being the Anakin, the one who sort of goes to the dark side, and Miles Drentel as the Emperor. And I'm surprised more people haven't caught on to the fact that those movies are almost a direct lift from 30-something.
I spotted that in your work, and I spotted it. It was really clear to me exactly what you were doing there, and it was not surprising to me. I think you'd have to be on the inside to really get it, but
a fellow director can see through the tricks. People don't realize this too, but the first draft of Revenge of the Sith was called Episode 3 T something.
Yes.
It was Episode 3: T something.
That's confirmed for the first time. I'd heard about that. I'd read about it. There were rumors about it, but this is the first time I've ever had confirmation that that's true. So
I said, George, you're going to get sued 7 ways till Sunday. Call it Revenge of the Sith or some shit.
Yeah.
Step on their territory.
Now, guys, I'm going to bring in, we have another guest who I see in the waiting room. I'm going to bring him in. He was a producer and a writer on Studio 60. He's got story by on 3 other episodes beyond the one that we're about to watch, episode 4. He worked on the Umbrella Academy, Sleepy Hollow, Elementary, White Collar. It's so many things. Please welcome Mark Goffman to the stream.
Hello,
Mark. Hi, buddy.
Hi. Honored to be in such great presence.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mark and Tim, I wanted to bring up John Wan worked on the show. He was a stand-in, but he was hired as a cartoonist. And he sent me some photos that I wanted to show on the stream. Hang on one second. First up, we have a comic of Tim.
Yes.
That he drew during it. It says, get there, still rolling. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Very excited. Fantastic. Cut print. Check the gate.
In the little high chair.
Sitting on your director's chair.
Yeah.
And then we have one of, I think we have one of Mark too. Let me find it. Hang on one second. It seems like everybody had a really good time working on this show, though. We were talking about that.
Yeah, it was really, I think everybody, had a good time. Again, it was a lot. It was a big show. It was a lot of work, and we're not, as fun as it looks like what we do, and as important as it is that we make it look like it's fun, the water level's high. And with Aaron, it's particularly high because you can't. There's a word perfect philosophy that the writers want, and there's a lot of movement. And you're spitting stuff out really fast, and you don't want to make mistakes. So it's not, it's not like Curb Your Enthusiasm, where you're improvising a 5-page outline. And I think that was felt. I think it was felt from Maddie all the way down. That we were there to do our work. So it wasn't. It was full of joy. But I don't know if it was necessarily full of fun.
Sure.
Everybody, I think at this point knew what they were signing up for, because what was great was I certainly had the experience of getting to work with Aaron and Tim and a lot of the people on the West Wing, And so Aaron really felt, in some ways, he was bringing the band back together. And it was him and Tommy, and you can feel some of that even in the show and some of the storylines. So we all kind of knew what we were getting into, and really already had like a base rapport and ability to work together that I think permeated the show. But it seems right. Like we worked hard. We definitely had fun, and Aaron made it fun, and everybody there was incredibly talented, which also really elevates all of the work that you do. But I remember these were long hours.
Sure. We should let's start episode 4 because episode 3 just ended. So we'll get it up and then we'll press play at the same time, because Tim, you directed this episode, and then Mark, you is it a story by credit you have on this one?
I co-written by credit.
You co-wrote it with
this was the first show I got to run the writer's room on. So I was very fortunate. I got to co-write an episode of there. Which was a real, something that's unusual.
Right.
Okay, let me know.
The West Coast delay, right?
Yes. So when everyone has it up, let me know, and we will all press play at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. Tim, are you good?
I'm good.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Now, Tim, so you directed an episode 4, but this was actually the 4th episode made. You didn't make this one first, right?
No, this episode, it fell. I think it aired as it fell out. I think it was either the 3rd or 4th. It was the pilot, and then Tommy's the next episode, and I think it was in order. Mark, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It was interesting the way we wrote the show, because we knew the show was getting picked up, and this was very unusual at that time for a broadcast.
Right.
We got the first 13 were ordered, so we started writing the season back in January before we shot the pilot, and we had a very small writer's room for the first several episodes, and we actually wrote the first 4 between January or February and basically May, and then we took a brief pause as we finished post on the pilot to kind of assess where things were. So this was the last one in our first tranche of episodes that we wrote.
Yeah. And this is one of the first times you get to see a lot of these writers. Is this Lucy Davis's first episode, I think, maybe?
Yeah, I think it is. It's one of the first that really kind of featured, the writer's room that was appearing behind the scenes and that had been there through the life of the show.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things that we wanted to highlight was, how kind of desperate their situation was and what it's like to be on staff. And we were really lucky. We had Mark McKinney on our writer's staff and in front of the camera.
Yeah.
Who, had been on SNL and had a lot of stories of sort of what it was like to be back there. And we obviously, in any Sorkin show, this one too was very research driven. So we spent a lot of time talking to writers who work on SNL and other kind of late night shows, and then a lot of us had experience. So this was our version of that in sort of the Studio 60 world.
I was going to ask you, Mark, because your background was mostly drama television at this point, and so you spent a lot of time in writers' rooms. Did you feel like, as you were comparing notes with people like Mark, there were fundamental differences between how a comedy writer's room worked and a drama writer's room worked that you had to sort of familiarize yourself with?
There's a famous line from Carl Reiner. Someone asked him, comedy writing is hard, and he said, well, not if you're funny. And that's the biggest difference. So if you're funny, then it's not that hard. But the comedy writers room definitely is one that's much more, everybody is there pitching on jokes, on lines, where most of the drama writers rooms have been in, it's usually up to one writer to kind of come up with the storyline, see that through, and then people come and get notes. But there's very much a hybrid, and working with Aaron, there's always a lot of fun and a lot of physicality and a lot of comedy in his rooms. I actually had one job working on a ABC comedy So I had been in a half-hour writer's room for that. It was one of my first jobs. But mostly, yeah, I came out of speech writing. I was a speechwriter in DC for a while, and that expertise that got me writing on the West Coast.
I do want to say we just got a video. I'm going to play it right now. It's from a viewer named Chuck King, but I'll bring it up right now. Hang on.
Epcot living with the land. Hello, George Lucas.
The tropic are home to the greatest diversity.
Good luck, guys, on the marathon. There.
So he's at Disney World right now, and he's watching the show while he should be having fun in the happiest place on earth.
Wow.
Isn't that wild? You guys might know the answer to this. George and I have been talking a lot about this week. There's such an insane in-universe history to this show. Like, insane in that it's so detailed and so built out. Was that something that you guys wrote up? Like, at one point they talk about how the theater had been used since the 40s, and it was used for this and used for this, and all these people were cast members and writers. Was that something you worked out on the fly, or was there a Bible for the show within the show?
There was no Bible that I knew of. Interestingly enough, one of Aaron's rules a lot of times for story is he doesn't like to commit to any kind of story until it's needed for story. That way, so we won't hear a lot about a character's background, or you won't hear a lot about why they are a certain way until you need to justify it, and then you get to tell those stories. But with this theater, we really wanted this to have the kind of report of a studio that's been around, had a history. So we did put a lot of care into what those stories might be. Another thing that Aaron would do is he would have us, the writers' rooms would come up with like little think pieces, or just kind of like what might be a great story, and each of us would write something up, and then he would kind of take the best of all of those, and we put them all together and figure out what would make this the most legendary, interesting kind of place to be.
Yeah.
I think Aaron also too, just to add to that, Aaron is very collaborative, and he likes to serve. He likes a team environment as far as the director and his partners on a film, and he responds particularly well to his partner and the directing producer. And Tommy Schlamme, for instance, Tommy ran The West Wing. Mm-hmm. Aaron didn't run The West Wing. Aaron wrote The West Wing, but it was Tommy that really ran the show. And here Tommy also ran Studio 60, and in a way, it was more Aaron in this one in the writer's room than it had been on early West Wing. But Tommy was very adamant about the size of the show. Tommy wanted it very, very big. And I remember Aaron early on, Aaron was sort of writing to a smaller show that you might have saw at 30 Rock. Mm-hmm. And it was a lot of Tommy wanted it built out and made it bigger. And Aaron's very respectful of that relationship because of the movies that he started on. Yeah. And in the theater, you really get it. And this was a lot of it. There's Tommy's wife right there, Christine Lahti, and a lot of that scope and the visual. And Aaron, being the team player he is, especially working with directors, and he wrote to it. I really like in this episode. And what Mark did, what these guys came up with is they sort of this show is much more personal, I felt, than The West Wing and Sports Night. Aaron had never written on a sports show. He watched ESPN, but here it was like they shared their stuff, and I really liked that about the show, that they put themselves in the news in a way. And here you have a story about plagiarism that ends up, you'll see how it comes back around for the audience out there, how it comes full circle. But Mark and everybody involved in what he's saying about Mark McKinney, the writers in this show were really called on to bring their experiences and their point of view to it. And I thought that was really great about this episode. I loved it. And the directing
one of the things, Tim, I'd love to ask you, when you walked the halls of this studio, in this theater, it felt like a real theater. You felt like you were at it, or like you could have shot a real show there. It did not ever feel like a set. And I wonder, even in shooting it, like you're able to do these steady cam amazing shots around, and you really do not have to cut away. It really felt like you were on and backstage in an actual theater.
I think someone I talked to a few days ago said that this was like a multi-million-dollar set, and it was like one of the most expensive sets in TV. And they were like, oh, well, it'll even out over time. Like, well, over the time it will pay for itself, or it will just get so minuscule per episode.
Yeah, no. Here's a big oneer. It started on one stage in the beginning of this scene, and it's not really a oneer, but it's one of these giant walk and talks that you do. And I remember we staging this, and the downstairs stuff was on another stage, and here we were cruising, just what Mark was saying, the hallways, and that moment right there where Maddie turns and looks at the two extras. After about the second or third take, it just felt like it needed a hiccup, and here he is going through the writer's room, where of course no writers are except for one.
Sure.
Maybe another one, and there you can't see, but there's food all over the table. But he makes a pass to go through the writer's room, and he can't find who he's looking for. But in that cross, and this was difficult, Matthew, these are sweaty. When you do these walk and talks, you don't want to make a mistake like before you get to that cut right there, because then everybody's got to go back to one. And about the third take, I asked Matthew to acknowledge the girls going by, and he said, "You got to be kidding me." While reciting that dialogue, he said, "You want me to stop and notice too?" I said, "Yeah, because that's a lot of what the theme of the episode is about, is who's dating who, and Aaron is very much that way. Was that way at the time. His distraction could easily be a beautiful woman." And Maddie we did the take, and at the end of the take, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and it was Aaron, and I didn't know he was behind me. And he said, "Did you have Maddie just check out that hot extra?" And I said, "Yeah." And he smacked me on the back of my shoulder and turned around and left and went back to the office. And I remember just Maddie just kind of going, "You got to be kidding. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can even think of anything other than the words." So that was it was a fun, little hiccup to put in.
Do you like watching those long walk and talks and the long takes, or is that a stressful thing, or do you just get used to it after a while?
They're always stressful. They're stressful, and depending on when you come in on the West Wing, it seemed like I would never start one off. A couple of times I might have, but I was usually at the end with Allison going in her office or somewhere in there, and you could hear, if you made a mistake, you could hear it echo all the way back to the Oval Office. Who was it? Was it Busfield? They're tough, and Aaron wrote, these guys, Tommy and John Wells, had learned on ER that if you're going to do 70-page scripts for a 42-minute episode of TV, people better be on the move, and they better be flying.
Sure.
And in this episode, despite the fact we did that one, I remember going to Tommy and saying, Howard Hawks, I see the show being, to me, best if shot the way Howard Hawks shot His Girl Friday, which was really kind of get back and let Preston Sturgis play and let the writing play. And I think later in the episodes, I think we found more of that, that we really found that when Aaron is sort of on a pedestal, when Aaron is just, going at personal stuff and going a mile a minute, you kind of got to get back and let the actors play. And Howard Hawks was inspiration, and it still is a bit putty for me because of that. I don't think we quite got it in there as well as I would have liked, but certainly when you have great writers like Mark and Aaron, you don't want the camera to get in the way. And the walk and talks are great opportunities to let the writers just sort of uncut, let them go.
Sure.
So Tim, this is an homage here to the Pussycat Dolls, right?
Yeah.
Tim, there are two things that have come up in the comments, the live chat, that I feel like I have to call out. One of them is Blake Bloodaxe says that you and Google co-founder Larry Page both attended the same high school as them. You're both alumni of that high school, and that you get mentioned way more than the founder of Google. So I feel like that's a good little qualification to put on your resume. More notable alumni than the creator of Google. But there's a question here I wanted to throw out to you. Like to say Smock said, Tim, what are you seeing as you watch in the control booth on the show? Are you seeing camera setups, acting choices? So, for example, I guess they're asking, when you're playing the director on the show, is the stuff on the monitors, is that live feed? Is that pre-taped? Or are you acting off of blank screens?
I don't think that's what they're asking, but
really?
Yeah, I don't think so. But answer that question first.
I'll answer that. You know, depending on if where it's scheduled in the day. Ideally, Tommy loved everything tied together. He really loved if we could, particularly in the pilot, yes, in many scenes, although we shot that pilot, my God, we shot it until a Sunday morning when we didn't have audience, so we didn't have the set. Often, because of production and because the studio was isolated, it gave us a chance to shoot with very few people in the booth. So if we wanted to tie, we could do it with a green screen and then put it together after we shot it. I think in some of the later episodes in the disaster show, I think we tied it together. But scheduling it made it difficult. We did when we could, but we often just would shoot us just separately in there.
Well, I was very satisfied with that answer. Patrick, what is the question they were trying to ask that I misinterpreted because I slept 90 minutes last night?
I believe the question they were trying to ask is, Tim, while you are watching this episode right now, what are you seeing? Are you seeing specific acting choices, specific camera setups? Like, what are you thinking about while you're watching this?
What sticks out most?
You know, I watched it with the sound. I watched it before this and paid attention. And you know, I'm watching I don't like myself in the episode quite so much. So I'm looking at that, wishing I would come off the rhythm a little bit and ground it a little bit more. But you know, I'm remembering what a good show it was.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, John Fortenberry wrote me, who directed one of I think the Harriet dinners that you know, we were talking about how good the show was, and today the show would not have gotten canceled, you know, and I know Aaron felt like this was one that got away, and I was just really, when I look at it, I thought this was really fantastic, you know, episodic TV, and you know, I think when you got Aaron, you don't let him go. I think it was a mistake of the network to let this go.
Yeah.
It also would have been, you know, it would have been 2.5 seasons in today's world. I mean, you know, I've been working on Umbrella Academy, which I love. We have roughly 18 months to do 10 episodes.
Yeah.
And, you know, I look back at this and we did 23 episodes in 8 months. And, you know, it's just a different world.
It's also fascinating. It's also fascinating to look at how, because of the nature of the world, the physical world that they built, how many options you have, because there's so many shots, Tim, in this episode that you never see necessarily in another episode of the show. When Harriet is down on the spiral staircase and she looks up and says, "If I wanted to make you jealous, you already would be." Like, there are shots that exist once and then don't repeat again throughout the course of the series in almost every episode. It's fascinating to watch the way Sports Night, which is such a much simpler, straight-on kind of visual, and then by the time you get to the West Wing, it feels like it has a more sweeping set, but it's still sort of on one level. And this, you have so many different ways that this show looks from one scene to another. It's really dynamic visually.
That's that really, you know, Tommy and Tom Del Ruth, and you know, the look of the show. That's just that. A lot of that is Tommy. You know, Aaron doesn't think visually. He doesn't write visually. Now maybe he does more of that as a director, but you know, Aaron's just the rhythm and the words, and they're the best words you could ever imagine. But you know, directors, he leans on directors a lot to make it play and to keep the blocking moving. And a tone meeting with Aaron is never about how you're going to shoot it. It's really about making sure it's clear, and he often says, you know, you got this, that you got this. You know, I didn't help you here. This is a little unclear. If you can tee that up for me. The breaking of the window, this was required a lot of, you know, there was a lot of conversation about how many times we could break it and how ending with that shot and wanting to end with that last little bit, and how to rig the window and all of that stuff. That was a lot of conversation, you know, technically, what would be the best angles, and having Tommy, you know, one of the best directors of television ever, as my mentor and my direct boss as a producer on the show. You know, going to him and being able to pick his brain on how to shoot it, you couldn't ask for a better boss.
I love. How'd you find that last shot of the piece at the top falling just as you have the wide?
No.
That we had to, you know, you had to shoot to edit that. You couldn't get it in all the shots. We had kind of had to decide, and there was a lot of back and forth on where will we be for that final shot, and then we had to be outside. Aaron doesn't write that. A lot of the, you know, Aaron doesn't write that in his stage direction. He's not a big stage direction guy. He doesn't lean into stage direction. He really is a old school feature theater writer, and lets the director and the actors do a lot of that on their own, as far as the, you know, blocking and stuff.
Did you have multiple cameras filming the breaks? Because there's a quick cut there. It's sort of like a 1, 2, 3 for the initial break, where it sort of cuts to a cut and then another shot. Were you filming that, or were those different takes?
We used every camera we possibly could find. You know, I mean, when we did bigger stunts like that, I think that wide shot, we might have had another shot on the floor with another angle at the end when the piece fell. I think that we probably had, I'm sure, you know, we weren't in Tommy's world. Tommy really, to get an episode of TV to time, you need cuts, especially when your scripts are long. And so to get to 42 minutes, we needed the coverage, so the writers, you know, in the final editing and the Tommy could get it to where we could broadcast it. So it's very uncommon that we would be one camera or single camera. We almost always had two cameras, very seldom cross shooting. Yeah. Because the lighting mattered so much on the show.
Right.
But certainly side by side, you know, we didn't like anybody to stand down.
Do you guys know?
Oh no! What were you going to say?
I was going to say, do you know what kind of? This was probably before both of you came on board, but what kind of thought went into having SNL exist also in the universe?
Because this is the episode where that's kind of established for the first time. Am I wrong about that? Where you start acknowledging the existence of SNL as a competitor show.
Also, Tim and Mark, just to explain, this is part of the charity stretch goal. I have to deflate this BB-8.
Yes, it's for charity.
And the only way to deflate this is to sit on top of it.
I still, despite having directed it and being in it and watching it, I still don't understand how Mark came up with the math of the delay. I still, it's completely. You would think I would go.
Is it 7 seconds before or after? I don't know.
Yeah, you'll see. I can't. It comes up. They write it beautifully. These guys in a scene coming up where it's adding between me and Whitford about adding or taking time away.
Yeah.
And I still never quite, I never quite understood the science of it. But
yeah, one of the bigger picture issues that I know we always had discussions about was, the reality of the Studio 60 world versus the one that we live in now, and what references to make, because especially then we didn't want the show, because we're never shooting, and one of the beauties of SNL is, you watch it in some ways and say, oh, I wonder what they're going to spoof this weekend. What news, what happened this week or that we're going to get to see them talk about on the show.
Yeah.
And we really didn't do that on the show because it's not a current affair show. So we couldn't do about 90% of the material that SNL does. So we kind of wanted it to exist in a different world where there were a lot more evergreen sketches, a lot more kind of, we definitely had a news show, but we tried to keep to a minimum the amount of material that we talked about that was present day. So like in the pilot, we saw George W. Bush, but we tried not to, tie it to a specific issue that was going on in the moment, so it never felt like the show was grounded in like, November 1st, 2007.
Sure.
Tim, you're talking about the specific shooting style of this show and the camera setups and all of that, and it made me realize. I mean, I was just thinking over it in my head. You had so much directing experience and acting experience at this point going into this series, but in both arenas, you had primarily done single camera drama or dramedy. And obviously your character here is directing, multi-camera live, which is such a specific beast in television directing. Did you sort of have a sense of that world and the specifics of that skill set and that job, or did you sort of consult with anyone you knew who had worked in that area to get some of the rhythms down?
I've always been a booth. I've always been a guy to go into the booth as an actor. Clearly, my interests run past just the acting. And when I was on All My Children back in like 1981 or whatever, if I wasn't acting, I was outside the booth. And you really that sort of multicam energy and the director calling shots and moving them. And I also I'd been offered Saturday Night Live a number of times. I think the 3 times, which is the max, and then he won't offer again. But I had understood
to be the host,
right? To host, and the last one was when I went into A Few Good Men, but I did cameo on it, so I spent the week with the guys in and around rehearsing going into A Few Good Men when I was replacing Tom Hulse. So I did understand a little bit of that arena and that show, and I had done some multicam, so I certainly understood the conversation about where the PEDs would be and how you would do it. But I don't remember actually really picking anybody's brain. Maybe some of the live TV guys. Don Scardino has always been a mentor to me in a way. And
friend of the show.
Don was on a couple of weeks ago on this show.
Donnie's always been a great resource for me as far as, keeping the ball moving. But Aaron and the writer, Mark, these guys did their homework. And, when writers write it out and it's just clear what the rhythm is and what you're seeing, it really makes it easy to fake.
Yeah.
But it also, to give you credit, it sounds like you are naturally kind of a sponge, Tim, that you had kind of unconsciously been developing background material for this your whole career, because it sounds like you're just a very curious sort of person who wants to absorb as much info as you can.
And I'd also already produced, by this time right here, I'd already produced 100 episodes of network TV between Ed and Without a Trace. And I'd run a theater. And running the theater, you know, as a founder and a producing director for 15 years by the time we got here, you know how to take the bull by the horns. Is that right? The reins on something, whatever that quote is I'm looking for. You know how to take control. And also, you know, I'm old. There's a bit of what you get in the pilot. You know, Cal, I came from an era where when the network gave notes, the writers would say, I'll look at that. I'll think about that. Not necessarily, you know, the network wants me to make a change, so I have to make it. And I've worked for Mark as a producer, and I know what he's like. And Aaron, these are guys that the reason they make such good TV is they you know, stick to their guns on stuff that works and doesn't work for them. And Cal is from them, you know, from Aaron and Mark. And I represent that part of them, you know, technically, and what they want in a director and how they perceive that job and how they lean on them. And I'd witnessed that a lot. So it was easy for me to slip into Cal that way.
Yeah, I don't work for you. I work
if you hadn't seen Tim as Benjamin Franklin in Sleepy Hollow, he was phenomenal. Best Benjamin Franklin.
I'm so proud of that. You made me naked though in the very first scene. That you had me naked taking an air bath, and I was like, Mark, really?
Now, Mark, something
listen, that came out of the research. That's what Ben Franklin did.
Something we talked about with Nate Torrance, who was on earlier, and Diana Maria and Camille Chen, was that so many actors from the show work together so often. And I think, wasn't Steven Weber also on Sleepy Hollow?
I worked with Steven Weber on a Law and Order SVU episode that I wrote. And a couple other things since. I don't know if I was able to get him into Sleepy Hollow.
I thought he was for some reason. Sorry, I thought he was. I have another question for Mark. Did you guys have any plans for season 2? Like, did you know where the show was going to be going after this?
We were all, you know, praying for season 2, and it was kind of an Aaron and Tommy decision, and we definitely, you know, the writers sat around thinking of ideas, and we had stuff ready to pitch, and but, you know, so much was just kind of like on hold and sort of in buckets waiting to be, you know, to turn on and pour as soon as we got the green light. But it wasn't, to my knowledge, Aaron may have had, you know, whole plan laid out, but it wasn't like we had a season 2 Bible.
Sure.
You know, but we definitely had stories. We were ready, and everyone wanted to show continue. Do you remember the disaster episode? That was actually the last one that we shot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now, here's another question, because I don't think Matt or Danny is in that episode. Is there a reason for that, or was that just story directed that?
It was basically what we wanted to do, or what ended up happening was just factually that there were a certain number of episodes that they could be in. So we wound up in a situation where we needed an episode where they weren't in. So that's sort of where that came from, and we wrote from there. And we shot it late and then inserted it sort of on the way to the jigger so we could insert it later. You know.
We should give a fundraising update. George, Watto, do you wanna plug what we're raising money for?
Yeah, sure. So this entire 17-hour marathon is for Broadway Cares. George, I'm gonna pass it to you because I stepped on your line there.
That's all right. And right now, so we're at 2,641. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
That's up to date?
That is up to date as of right now. Yep.
I realize I still owe one of the. I still will get hyped. We passed that at 1,500. That will happen. It can't happen yet.
Yeah,
it will happen. And then we're very close to cherry time, which is 3,000, which we have something very special planned for that.
And obviously, our third bag of popcorn coming up as well.
Oh, that's right, because we're eating a bag of popcorn every time we raise 1,000. And this, I'm halfway through my second bag now. It's going to be hopefully it'll start to feel very bad. We'll raise enough money that we'll start to deeply regret this choice.
Yeah.
Now, the character of Cal exists in. There's a certain kind of Sorkin character who we know is very good at their job, but is given a lot of opportunities to blow it comedically. And it's funny because after so many years as Danny Kincannon on The West Wing, who was really you got the impression that Danny didn't screw up a lot professionally. He wasn't a character who made a lot of mistakes. But Josh on The West Wing, he was a character who would famously screw up while also being great at his job. And now Bradley moves over. He's the Danny. You're no longer a Danny. And on this show, Cal is the character who really gets to. We understand that he's great at his job. We know immediately that he's a man of integrity and highly skilled. And yet you are given so many good opportunities to completely screw up the show in World.
Well, I think that, you know, I represent the live aspect of it. You know, I mean that's a delicate, that's a razor's edge walking that line. And I think just because that Cal's point of view on the live is what, you know, that's what I was there for. Really was to be able to represent, you know, the real time of a live late night show. So that is where I think most people would feel the mistakes are going to be made. Here, the mistake is in the writer's room. And then it turns out it comes back so beautifully at the end. But you know, that is, you know, Cal is right there. I mean, that just the way that you know we're seeing, he's the countdown, the numbers, the clicking of the fingers, all of that stuff represents the now, immediate live aspect. So that's where the mistakes are generally made. Here on the show, which I love in this one, and why these guys are such great writers, you know, is that the personal issues that they brought to the show are where the bigger mistakes were. If I make a mistake in a broadcast, that's one thing. Matthew's character falling in love with a cast member and letting those struggles get in the way of his job is really more what the episode's about. And that personal point of view, all the writers on the show had to bring to the table, and that made it really great. The West Wing was more of a Western, you know, it was big in scope and high stakes that everybody could understand. But what I really loved about this show was the small problems, personal issues. In this, this scene is dark and quiet, and yet this is the nut of the show. How did we plagiarize? And it's really just these three guys hashing it out, and it really is infinitely greater than having to reshoot the news 3 times.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty. And Aaron, you know, the fact that the integrity of the show and the integrity of the writers is that important. You do not plagiarize, and if you do, you know, you publicly admit, you apologize, you fix it, and no matter what the cost is. I think that really stood out to me, and that permeated the show, and that combined with the idea that this is live, and it's again something that Aaron and Tim and Tommy and all so well. You feel that heat of the moment that these things are in action now, and you got to solve them right away. There's millions of people watching, and there's a lot of pressure. I think that really shows in sort of the way that episodes are put together, and the pages just kind of fly because you're all solving things in real time, and yet you still have those quiet moments where they're really trying to work out the relationships among all the
Can I just quickly butt in? I see people in the comments, they're concerned that perhaps we're not actually live right now, for the West Coast. So I just want to prove it to people. Currently, right now, second match, Indian Premier League. The Delhi Capitals are 157/8, and the Kings 11 Punjab are 14/0. So those are the live cricket scores at the time. 12:17:39 p.m. on the East Coast, September 20th. That is real.
Here we see Merritt Weaver. Merritt Weaver, two-time Emmy Award winner, such a great actress. The cast in this was just ridiculous, and I really love the Amanda Peet. You see it there a minute ago that these guys basically said, if you're the network executive, you have no say, and we don't listen to anything you say. And I love that. She's just clueless. She's there to watch the run-throughs, and you would see them show up. I've had Jamie Tarsus slide up behind me in a chair and watch, and you'll turn and say, did you like it? But you don't really care. It's not who you're really there to serve. You're there to serve Mark and Aaron and the writers, that do the work. You want to return their work to them, and so you work for them. And from the pilot on, it was really clear that has to happen. You can't censor these writers,
Cal's character established that in the pilot when he defied the network standards and kept Aaron through 48 seconds, I forget the exact number of seconds, before he cut to black, and that really I felt like established this is like a very strong character who cared about what they were Aaron and who he was going to listen to. And,
I think when he says, I don't work for you, I work for him, and points to Wes Mandel, it's such a great drawing of the line. And then the stakes are laid out immediately, which is you have a daughter in private, like the standards and practices immediately saying you have a daughter in private school, you're about to never work again in this business. Like, it really is such an efficient drawing of the lines. You know who you're rooting for and who you're rooting against immediately in the show.
Well, I'll tell you, I've never worked on a show and any of the shows that I've done that were really strong. I've never worked on one where the executive producing, the producing director, and the head writer weren't almost trying to get fired every day. You have to actually say, I cannot serve anything other than what I believe is the right thing right now, and the other artists that I work for directly. And I might get fired, but this is the way we're going to do it. I think that, we're in a business of you win a few, you lose 14. Right. And I think that, to make a great show, you got to be willing to, you don't care. You can't care. Cal doesn't care. If Cal gets fired, Cal's going to be okay. But Cal's going to care more that he bought into the sort of backbiting and they compromised his integrity. And I think that was very much about what this show was and how important that is. And maybe it was Aaron's answer to The West Wing, but the writers had tremendous integrity. And you don't make great TV unless that head writer and the director, really, particularly the director-producer, Tommy has said it. Tommy has said it to DGA. When we try to train director-producers at the DGA, Tommy has said, you got to be willing to get fired. That's rule number one. If you're going to protect everybody, if you're going to protect the text, and then you're going to protect the cast and all the crew and make sure everybody does their best, you can't afford to have a lot of cooks in the kitchen. And
I mean,
I do want to hop in.
you're highlighting an issue. You're highlighting an issue here, Tim, which I have never once felt like Patrick was willing to get fired. I'm realizing now what my issue is with him as a producer.
Yeah.
I've never felt like he was willing to get fired on my behalf.
I'll start working better at it, Watto. I'm sorry about that.
You willing to get fired?
Yeah, sure.
That's job one.
I'll try harder, I guess.
Get fired.
Now, we should say, we've been having everyone who comes on, once the episode ends, we're going to end the credits with everyone waving to camera like SNL. So if you guys don't mind, we would love to have you guys wave on a single shot, and we'll edit it into the credits.
It's like your good nights at the end of SNL.
Here, hang on, let me make.
They wave at the end of Studio 60.
Here we go. Look at him. There we go. All right.
Oh, the prayer hands is great.
Oh, this is great. This is good stuff.
And Mark, maybe you like point to the tech booth, like they're the real stars, and then to the audience, like you guys. Thank you, you guys. Yeah.
Now I see you have conversations with Wilder framed on the wall. What's the thing you have down below to your left on the wall there? What's that?
Oh, that's Sleepy Hollow. Sleepy Hollow.
Great.
That Alex Kurtzman gave me after the Super Bowl. One of the picture of one of the photographers. But that's the other one's Don Quixote, and then Billy Wilder, signed by Cameron Crowe, who I got to know here.
That's awesome. Now, I do want to say, before we let you guys go, I want to bring in our next guest so you guys can all say hi to each other.
Can we ask where Cal is now?
Oh, yeah, Tim, this is a serious question. Where is Cal Shanley in 2020?
He's in a booth somewhere, and this guy he loved to play. He's somewhere trying to help, a show get done really well.
Do you think Studio 60 is still on the air in 2020 in the world of Studio 60?
He's he's probably Don Roy King.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to bring in our next guest to say hi, and then we'll let you guys go. But our next guest has a wild resume, a crazy impressive resume. She has won an Oscar. She's been nominated for another Oscar. She's won 2 Golden Globes. She was nominated. She was nominated for another 6. She's won an Emmy, and she was nominated 5 other times. You know her from Chicago Hope, from SVU, from The Blacklist, from Evil, from Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. She played herself on Curb. And she's Martha Odell on Studio 60. Christine Lahti is here.
Christine!
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
How are you?
You're fantastic in West Coast Delay.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I just watched it again. It's a really good episode.
Yeah. We're about to start the next episode, so I want to let Mark and Tim go. But thank you so much for coming on. You guys were really great.
Thank
and that
you,
was
Thank
genuinely.
you. Hi, Christine.
Hi, Tim.
Give your husband my love.
I sure will. And your wife.
Okay, I will. Bye.
All right. See you guys. Thank you.
Tim, Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Mark. Now, Christine, we're about to start episode 5.
Okay.
So we're all going to press play at the same time.
Okay.
George, Watto, are you guys good to go?
Good to go.
Yeah, this is the Sting episode, right? We're finally up to the Sting episode.
I believe this is the episode with Sting. Yes.
Yes.
All right. So we'll press play in 1, 2, 3. Now, Christine, this is not a surprise, but you're great on this show. I think you show up in 3 episodes.
Do I? Oh, good. I didn't really realize it was 3, but yeah, I believe you.
Yeah, you're in the last one. You're in this one. Then I think you show up a few episodes down the line. But you're writing. You play Martha Odell. She's a Vanity Fair writer. She's writing a long lead story on Studio 60. Did you do any research? Did you have to talk to any journalists, or did this just come naturally?
Well, I knew Maureen Dowd's work, and I think this character is based on her. I've just known her sort of a little bit personally as well. So I just kind of try to embody her, and I think Aaron's writing is just so when he writes a character, it's so complex just on the page that you don't have to do too much. But I think this is the first journalist I've played. Might have been. Yeah.
Well, and then recently in Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, you played like the one step beyond that. You played the editor assigning a writer to do a profile, trying to hold their feet to the flame.
Yes, I got to be the boss in that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wada.
Had you been the subject of this kind of profile, like had you been on the opposite end of this table, having someone follow you around for a couple of days to write a piece about you?
No, but I've done, I think Lifetime did these short films, these biographies of actors and actresses, and I was the subject of one of those. And it wasn't, they followed me around, but there was a lot of interviewing. And they came to my house and, they shot footage of me playing with my kids in the backyard, that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, it's pretty invasive, and you just, it's a little scary always because you never know how they're going to change what you say.
Sure.
If they take you out of context, how it's going to be perceived. So yeah, it can be daunting.
You went exactly the area I was most curious about. That I feel like as an actor, if you're in the opposite position where someone's doing a profile on you, or you're part of a bigger story and they're following you, you have to be very protective. You're sort of on guard, trying to judge how much you can trust this person. Was there something almost cathartic about getting to play the other end of it, getting to finally play the person who has that control and power over the situation?
In a way it was, yeah. And this character, she's so savvy, in her work. She knows how to get what she wants in a really kind of manipulative, but seemingly, very unaggressive way. She knows how to work her subject so that she gets the info that she wants. So I loved, finding those, the ways that she just uses her charm or uses her empathy, different ways rather than just, cutting to the chase. She finds her ways to get people to open up, which I find, it's really a skill that journalists have to hone to get what they want.
Yeah.
They have to have an element of like something of the mind of an actor. I mean, it is about the sort of connection with another person and the emotional manipulation, being able to control the temperature of the conversation.
Exactly. Yeah. To really get them to trust you. And I know that I've talked to journalists and I get so comfortable as if they're my best friend. And I realize I'm telling them things that I haven't told, maybe just a handful of people in my life.
Sure.
But then I go, oh shoot, I forgot this was an interview. But that is the key, is to get them to trust you, like you're just having a conversation, and the tape recorder just happens to be on.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's also interesting because I think on a lot of shows, this kind of character would perhaps be kind of a villain. And I feel like we all like Nora O'Dell. We're rooting for her. And we trust, like, this show more than anything else is about people who are great at their craft. That's the thing that it's celebrating and exploring. Even at the level of the network executives, it's celebrating the way that a smart person can do a job well. And I think Nora O'Dell, she comes in and we know that she has a different agenda.
Hey, George, I want to hop in. You keep saying Nora. It's Martha. I'm not sure why you keep saying Nora.
I don't know why I keep saying that.
I don't know why. Christine, we should also say the three of us each got about 90 minutes of sleep last night because we were too amped up for today.
Also, Patrick, you called Nate Torrance Nate Cordry earlier, and I didn't. Yeah, I didn't call you on that because I thought this show was about building people up, not tearing people down.
I'm sorry.
The point is that collectively, the three of us have slept less than 6 hours in total, and we're going to be watching this show for another 15 hours after this. So we're doing great.
We're all doing
great. Great. I wouldn't have guessed that you had such little sleep.
We're all doing good.
It's like doing live television. It's we're running on the energy like a Studio 60 cast member.
Sorry, George. Continue with what you're saying.
No, I'm done. I saved the remainder of my time.
Now, Christine, I feel like, did you spend time on the set before you came on? Because you're in an interesting an interesting position that a lot of people aren't in that you were related to someone who was working on the show as well.
Yes. Well, my husband, Tommy Shalami, was the executive producer director on the show. So, yeah, when I told him I was doing this, he said, well, why didn't they ask me? And he couldn't have done it anyway.
We did ask him. I think it didn't get to him, but he's also busy this weekend.
He is.
There's a lot going on.
He's shooting the West Wing Get Out the Vote fundraiser. So yeah, but he
absolutely asked him for the record. Tell him to pester his manager, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, it was somewhere in my email folder." We asked.
No, I'm sure you did, and but he sends his best, and he's happy I'm doing this because honestly, I watched this episode the other day, and I was weeping. First of all, it's so romantic.
Yeah.
And moving the relationship between, I'm sorry, my gardener is just there, so he's very loud. But are you okay?
We can barely hear him.
Okay. Yeah, the relationship between Sarah Paulson and Matthew is so romantic, and I was weeping, and I was reminded of just the pleasure, the delicious pleasure of saying his words, Aaron Sorkin's word. You know, we would so often I'm faced with a script and I'm thinking about how to rewrite it and how to paraphrase and how to make it more believable and organic. And with Aaron's words, you never had to do that. It was like doing Tennessee Williams, or, you know, or a great playwright. You just know that there's no need to ever change one word. It's the rhythm, the economy, the brilliance of it. It's all just on the page.
But here's a question I have for you. I'm talking about so much of this show and this live stream has already been about the intersection between like art and reality, right? How much autobiographical stuff Sorkin put into this show, how many of the cast members were sort of moonlighting in other positions on the show as well as the show within the show, or had done things outside the show like Busfield, being a director and an actor. So you've directed, you won an Oscar for directing, and you're an actor. And then your husband is a director and the producer on the show. I know he didn't direct any of your 3 episodes on this, but you've worked together, obviously, on this, and he's directed you in stuff before. In an episode that's so much about the weird tension of having the mixing of a professional relationship and a personal relationship, have the two of you, like, is there a structure to how you maintain the sort of objectivity when you're working together versus when you're in your personal life? Or is it something you just kind of naturally know how to shift into?
Well, it was interesting when I first worked with Tommy as an actor and he directed me, I found that he listened so much better as a director than he did as a husband. And I called him on it. I said, you know, we've just talked for an hour and a half about my character, and you never said, you know, gotta go, or you didn't go. Your eyes didn't drift to the football game on the television. Yeah. You were so listening and so intent and so generous and with your time and your attention. Remember this next time I want to talk to you as a wife, as a partner. So that was one thing I noticed. We also working together. We have a really great shorthand, because so if I'm in an emotional scene and I'm having trouble getting there, or I've already done 5 takes and I'm kind of drying up, he can say one word and I'm there, because he knows me so well. And so that's really fun. I love working with him as a director. I always get so jealous of actors. Like today, there are all these West Wing actors getting to work with him, and I know what a brilliant actor's director he is. So I know how he helps actors access their best selves and their most open, honest, creative self. So it's a wonderful thing, his talent.
Christine, if you ever found yourself in a tense moment, as happens in personal relationships, if you ever just suddenly said back to 1, would that work? Would that be effective?
Yes, would you take that direction? Squabble.
No, what I have said is I'm going to my trailer. You can find me in my trailer.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I do want to show, we did get a piece of, Christine, earlier we were talking about how there's so many crazy talented actors who work so much on this show, and so many of them have worked on other things together. So we told someone to put together a flow chart of sorts showing how everyone has worked with each other. And we got this, which is the ramblings of a lunatic. Bring to Noise has put together how everyone worked together on other shows, which is truly wild.
So you worked with Evan Handler on Jack and Bobby.
Yes.
You worked again with Busfield on operating instructions.
Oh my God, yes.
Isn't this wild?
Yes, I love this.
Yeah.
This is just the beginning. I feel like this is a small seed that will grow into a mighty oak by the end of today.
Yeah.
Oh, and Matthew Perry was on Jack and Bobby as well. Is that? Yeah.
Yes, I guess so. I guess he was.
Amazing.
Wow. Who put this together?
That was Bring to Noise on Twitter.
Wow. He also did this needlepoint portrait of me.
Watto, can you bring the camera closer or show?
Yeah, because I'm out.
Oh wow.
Splitting image.
Yeah.
Christine, not to go off topic so early, but I can't resist. You got an Academy Award nomination for your performance in Swing Shift.
Yes.
Which an amazing performance, but a very fraught production. It's kind of infamously this movie that was taken away and recut and everything. I've seen a bootleg of the original demi cut of the film and the theatrical version, and it is such a fascinating juxtaposition into how much editing can change everything. You know, I mean, the same takes that are used in both films, in both versions rather, feel entirely different based on what happens before and after them. What was that experience like for you? Because obviously, I mean, you came out of it well. Your performance was very well recognized, you know, and rewarded and all of that. But was it odd to sort of go into a film thinking you were doing one thing, have it be transformed into this other thing, and still have it be well received?
It was a really odd experience. I'd never encountered anything like that. But I will say the making of the movie was so joyous. It was an extraordinary experience. And, you know, we thought we were making this feminist, you know, film about women who finally have a taste of independence and empowerment once the men are all off at war. And then when they come back, you know, they're all told to go back and to be housewives. But it's too late. They've got this seed of empowerment. And the focus was on the friendship between Goldie and I. And then post-production, when that all shifted and they wanted to put Goldie and Kurt, and I guess other people wanted to shift the focus to Goldie and Kurt's relationship and less on the female, the friendship. I just, you know, I had no power in this. I had nothing to say, but I just felt bad for Jonathan Demme, who was such a close friend of mine and who I just adored. I felt bad that he had to go through that. And I think it really, really hurt him. He had to direct these brand new scenes written by, was it William Goldman? I think, I can't remember who wrote it, but Goldie had some other scenes written. And you know, in the end, it didn't really take away from my performance, I don't think. I think, as you say, I was still recognized, but I do think the Jonathan Demme rough cut version that I've seen as well, the bootleg,
it's so good.
So good. And I think Goldie is so great in it.
Yes.
He's darker and not as likable, but much more complex. And it's fascinating. You're right. Just to see how the same scene can be looked at and felt in a completely different way, depending on the tone and what's come just before and what comes right after.
I do want to say the movie was written by Nancy Dowd, and then uncredited on IMDb is Bo Goldman, who I believe worked on Cuckoo's Nest and Scent of a Woman and Melvin and Howard and Meet Joe Black. And then Ron Niswaner also did uncredited rewrites on it, just so you guys know.
Yeah.
Well, now, Christine, now you and I, there are a couple of connections that you and I have professionally that I'm not sure you're aware of because they're obscure. Obviously, you haven't been in a Star Wars yet.
Not yet. I'm still for that call.
Yeah. But
they're making like one a day now. You'll get in one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll be there. You'll be there. But you were in the pilot for the Beverly Hills Cop TV series that didn't end up becoming a series. I played the role of disappointed man in Beverly Hills Cop 3. So we're both part of the Foleyverse, the Axel Foleyverse.
Wow.
And I hope, you know, I know that you played, I believe, Helen in the. I have not seen the pilot for the Beverly Hills Cop TV series.
I have not seen it either. I did play a sergeant or a lieutenant or some kind of badass boss.
Right,
George. There you are in Beverly Hills Cop 3.
Yeah, that's me.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the other connection is you were in you played Harvey Korman's daughter in the Harvey Korman show in the late 1970s, which was around the same time that Harvey was in the Star Wars holiday special. He played a couple of different characters. Did he ever mention when you were working on that show? Did he ever say, I got to work on a Star Wars thing? Did he ever talk about it?
No, I'm shocked that he didn't, but no, I did not hear him say that.
There he is.
There he is. That's Harvey. There's no official way to watch the holiday special, but you can find it on YouTube and various other ways. And Harvey brings his A game. He plays multiple characters, and it really is doing some fine alt comedy. Before we had a word for that thing.
Oh man, I have to check it out. I was a huge fan of Harvey.
It's like the swing shift demi cut. They're both sort of lost masterpieces. You have to dig the dark corners of the internet to watch.
Hey, George?
Yeah.
I feel we're 3.5 hours into this stream, and this is a big Matt episode because, Christine's spending a lot of time talking to Matt, and I just feel like it's an election year,
Christine,
and I should probably
costume change.
Put on a new shirt. This one says vote for Matt Albie. I believe it's available on tpublic.com if people want to buy it, but I found it on there, so I just wanted to change my clothes up a little bit.
Now
I wish I had my T-shirt that just says "vote."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Right.
what I want to say today.
That's important.
And that transitions to the next thing that I want to talk to you about, I think, in a way, which is I'm a big fan of the show Evil. And that's one of the things that we're having to fight in this upcoming election is we have to vote for Evil, the show, but against Evil in real life.
Exactly. Yeah, and we just got our official season 2 start date, which is November 2nd, I think.
Wow.
It's such an exciting show. It's such a great show. I believe I have CBS All Access, so I've seen it on that, but I believe it's actually season 1 is coming to Netflix in October, just in time for Halloween, I think it's a great pre-Halloween binge watch for people.
It is, yeah, and I just got that news too that it's going to Netflix. So that's
I do want to say, leading up to this stream, we had George rewatch all of Studio 60, and there was a period of time in the middle where he took a break because he was just watching so much Evil. And I had to be like, George, you need to stop and go back to studio. This is a very real story. I was like, you need to finish the show, George. Hurry up.
I said, no, I'm hooked. I got to watch this.
I was busy watching Evil too. Fox News.
Oh, no, Watto.
Here's some Evil for you. Yeah, that's even scarier than our TV show.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was it?
What are you going to say, Patrick?
I don't know. There's a crazy horn going on outside my window. So, Christine, this Sting. Let's talk about Sting.
Yeah, let's talk about Sting.
You remember Sting being there? What are your memories of that day?
Yeah. What's Gordon like?
Gordon?
That's Sting's real name.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Sumner, right?
Gordon Sumner.
I wonder how we got Sting out of Gordon. That's interesting. Anyway, so I didn't have to do any, research on how to be enamored and completely crushing on Sting. And that's what Martha was, she's just the biggest fan, Sting's biggest fan. So I didn't have to do any research because that was pretty easy. And him playing the lute, it was so, it was the most romantic, beautiful foreground for that episode. Again, it just made me weep when I watched it.
Yeah, it is great. I heard from I believe it was one of the stand-ins. They said they had to turn people away because too many NBC execs wanted to come watch.
Yeah.
And they were like, no, you can't come in. Like we are full to capacity. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy would come home and say, "Oh, today we had Yo-Yo Ma playing on the cello, and various artists like Sting." And it was just, I was so jealous. What a wonderful. Why didn't the show get more seasons? It was so brilliant.
It's a great question.
Question of the day.
It definitely, I mean, we were saying earlier that nowadays with the way that TV is organized, this would be a 2-season show, even just with the episodes they made, that the final half of the season feels like it's a second season to wrap up the show.
Yeah.
But it's such a shame because there's so much world building in the early episodes of this show. Like, I feel like even though we don't see your character again in this season, I have no doubt.
I think there's one more that she pops up in.
But I mean, in the later, once your character doesn't come back in the back half, I have no doubt that had this show gone on, that your character would have been a character that would have kept returning to the world, sort of in a similar way to how Tim Busfield as Danny Kincannon on The West Wing, he would show up and then he'd disappear for a while and then he'd come back.
Yes.
And that's always a very satisfying thing when you've built such a rich stable of recurring characters.
I mean, I guess today this kind of show might have been a limited series. It might have been pitched that way. Just a 2 or 3 season show. But yeah, I just forgot how brilliant it was, and I don't know why. I still don't know why it was canceled.
Yeah. I also think for being a show about network television, I think it would have done better not being on network television. Like, I think if it had been on HBO or something, like, it would have had a little bit more of a life.
Bingo. I think that's exactly right. Because it's exposing a kind of underbelly, and would have exposed, I think, even more had it been able to have had a chance, that maybe the network just didn't want to expose.
Now, this right here, we're seeing a scene, one of the rare scenes, we don't see it a lot on the show, with the host being in a sketch, and you actually get to see a lot of the sketch, and it's Lauren Graham from Gilmore Girls.
Yes, sketch.
I do think it's funny, and obviously you know why, but so many of the hosts of Studio 60, which is on NBS, have a lot of NBC actors on it. I think it's funny, right? It's like, why would you be promoting NBC?
Yeah. And then I remember the reference to Les Moonves. Oh, Les Moonves bought that cheesy reality show.
Yeah.
We're too good for that show.
Christine, what haven't you done that you want to do still? What is like the thing that you want to do?
Oh, well, I'm so busy right now during this pandemic. I've been writing a play based on my book that I wrote. Yeah. It's a one-woman show, so that's on my short list. I'm going to be directing more, I hope. I have a couple of scripts that are, one is very close to getting being close to being greenlit is like is saying nothing, because who knows? And if we can ever get back to work in that way, I don't know, but it's down the line. So directing more theater. I also have a series that I've been developing that we're going to be pitching to various places in a couple weeks.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah. Thank God. I mean, during this pandemic, you guys have been able to stay busy because of this.
Right.
And you can all be socially distanced and safe. But if I didn't have this writing, I think I would have gone crazy.
So there's no timeline as far as, even though Evil's been picked up for season 2, there's no timeline yet for when production can start again.
You said November.
No, we're starting. We're starting
in November. So have they been clear for you with like what the protocols are going to be and how they are able to do that?
Yes, I'm going to fly to New York probably a week before my start date, which I'm in the second episode. And they've lifted the 2-week quarantine for people from LA going into New York. It's now 72 hours. So you get tested before you go, and then you get tested after you land, and then you must quarantine for 72 hours, then you can go to work.
Yeah.
I will say that exact phenomenon you're describing has been a real boon to us in booking this show. Because suddenly big actors are stuck alone in a hotel room for 72 hours, and we're like, you want to come on a live stream for 45 minutes? What else you have to do? We know you're not doing anything else.
Yeah, people are just happy to talk to anyone.
Anyone, even George Lucas and WATTO.
Yes, I mean, what could be better?
Yeah.
Christine, I'm going to keep asking off-subject questions because I'm just such a big fan of your work, and there are different projects I want to hear about. My personal favorite performance of yours is Running on Empty, which is a film I love and that you're brilliant in, but I also feel like it's a movie that's weirdly become upsettingly topical. Like it feels a little bit like, even though that film was made a couple of decades ago and is about people living in the aftermath of their political activism from decades earlier, it feels like potentially a movie that is a glimpse into our future again.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. I haven't thought of it that way, but I agree with you. It is weirdly and I guess frighteningly relevant today.
It also has the unusual distinction of being, for people who are fans of George Lucas and of Studio 60, it is a film in which Wes Mandell, Martha Odell, and young Indiana Jones are a family.
Yes.
Because you have Judd Hirsch, you, and the Great River Phoenix.
Yeah.
And you don't get that combination very often, that kind of crossover between franchises in one movie.
Only today in that movie, those are the two George Lucas and major crossovers.
Yeah, and River Phoenix was so brilliant in that film, and he made me so angry because he'd never studied acting, he'd never trained, and he was from this kind of weird cult family that traveled around, and all the kids, Joaquin and Summer, and they're all so talented and with no training. And I feel like I'm training as an actor. I'm still learning. So for someone like him to just come out of the gate that talented is just frustrating. And
right. And as a director, I have to acknowledge the great poster for your wonderful film, My First Mister, which is on the wall behind you.
Yeah, I forgot that was right there.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, and Lily Sobieski, and my first feature film. It was an incredible experience.
Yeah, a wonderful movie. Is that now? I haven't looked because it's been a while since I've seen it. Is that streaming anywhere? Because I think that's a great. It's a great for people, especially for people who are looking for stuff to watch that will be emotionally engaging during this year where emotions are so raw. I feel like that's a great. Yeah, you can rent it on Prime for a couple bucks. It's great.
Great. Good to know.
George WATTO, we should make let's make a fundraising push. Let's talk about this.
What are we at?
We've raised $2,711.90 right now. I want to raise
We've been stuck in this zip code for a little while. We need something to get us over the 3,000 hump.
We need to get over. Oh, I didn't even see this 11,000 goal. If we raise 11,000, I put on every T-shirt I own. Sure, I'll do that. I didn't know that was a thing.
Wow.
I want to get more than we've raised in any one show, except for that first one. So I want to get over $12,000.
We got to do it.
We got to do it from Broadway Theater. We got to help people.
We got to help people.
George WATTO, why don't you and Christine can help brainstorm too if there's any stretch goals that we want to hit.
Yeah, I mean, Christine, you've done it all. You're a performer, you're a producer, director, writer. We try to come up with stretch goals here that will incentivize people to donate by promising what will hopefully make for engaging television, which often has to do with us humiliating ourselves in some way. But can also just be what would be an exciting occurrence. Is there anything you can think of that we could promise to people that would be a good incentive to get people to open their wallets?
George still needs to get hyped.
I will get hyped.
Needs to get hyped. He was supposed to do that $1,211 ago.
Well, I'm still recovering from when you pulled me off the stream.
Yeah.
Christine, we don't know what it means. We find out only when it happens.
I see. I can't think of anything at the moment, but I do think this is a really worthy cause, and it is every time I do a play, we at the end of the show we stop and we ask for donations for Broadway Cares. It is especially now that there's no plays to be able to raise money for Broadway Cares. We especially need fundraisers like this. So donate. It's really, really incredibly important.
And Broadway Cares came out of the AIDS crisis, which is, sort of arguably the last health crisis of this size, where you have a lot of government inaction to protect us. Right. So it's an organization that's been at the forefront of looking after artists struggling with health, but also, during rocky financial times. And we once again replicated those exact circumstances, unfortunately. So it's a very great time to donate.
Exactly. I mean, at that time, the government was completely ineffectual and, in fact, a real obstacle towards helping and finding any kind of cure or support for victims of this horrible disease. Yeah. So, we're facing that exact same phenomenon right now with our government.
I'll say this. Wait, where did George go? Did we lose George?
No, I'm still on George. I had to walk, and I was worried that if I walked, that you would pull me off the stream again.
Christine. One of our stretch goals was we all do a walk and talk. Oh. And that is when we hit $4,181, which means we'll have raised $100,000 since the beginning of this crisis for various charities. And George got up and started walking, and we said, "You can't do that, George. That's giving away our walk and talk for free. We don't want to do that."
They kicked me off my own show.
Yes.
Because, right. Well, I mean, this is for charity. We're trying to raise money for Broadway Cares. Why flip people a free walk and talk if that's supposed to be no? Pull him. He's spinning and talking.
I'm not walking.
Spinning and talking.
I'm spinning and talking. That is not something that's never happened on a Sorkin show. They don't spin and talk. They walk and talk. And this is hype. I'm getting hype.
We're at 2,894. When we hit 3,100, I'm gonna put a hat on. And this is not just any hat. This is a special hat. So let's donate, and you guys get to see the special hat. That's my promise to you.
Incentive, boy, right there. That's big incentive.
That's an incentive.
Christine, here's a question. When we have guests of your caliber on, which doesn't happen often, Christine, you're a guest. But when we do, we sometimes will ask them, is there something you could offer to like a big donation? Is there anything you have that you would be willing to like sign and give away for someone who donated a significant amount?
My book.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
So we could say this: the next person to donate, how much, Watto?
Where are we at right now? I feel
right
like this has to be a big donation.
I agree. Right now we are at 3,072. We're so close to hat time. 3,072.
I'll find a hat. If we want to add a couple more bucks to that, I'll find a hat too.
Okay. Do we want to say the next person to donate $200?
Yeah, let's make
what
it.
What were you about to say, Christine?
I was going to say, let me know who to send this to. I'll sign it.
Yeah, I will.
You let me know. Yeah.
I'll let you know. Let's say the next person to donate $200 gets a signed book by Christine Lahti. Yeah. And it's a very good book. When you came and did ASCAT a few months ago at UCB, and I remember I was picking it up and reading the book, and it was really a lot of good stuff.
Thank you. I'm really proud of it. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see who we get in.
Okay.
Christine, on the show right now, Simon Helberg. Oh, wow. Hang on. Wait. I got a $150 donation. I have not gotten a $200 donation.
Come on.
That's not enough. That's not how bookstores work.
It's not helpful. You don't get it.
George,
I'm not going to ask you to do any impressions, but there's a character on the show who just did a Nicolas Cage impression.
Oh.
Do you do any impressions?
No, not at all. Not even one. And even if I did, I would not be doing them this morning. Watching George spinning has made me so nauseous.
Yeah, I don't like it. We pulled him.
I pulled myself. Don't say that. I clicked the button because
we pulled him. We all pulled you.
Yeah.
Christine, you said you don't do impressions, but I'm curious, as an actor, do you pull from other people? Like, not in an impression way, but do you base your characters ever on people you know?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I mean, I think I've used, based my character on Dick Cheney many times. As somebody who, when I play these, I play a lot of evil characters.
Wow.
I play a lot of dark characters. And I often think about Dick Cheney, who never thought of himself as evil, right? Or somebody like Donald Trump even. I don't never even want to have that man in my mind, but somebody who is evil, but they don't think of themselves that way, right? Most people find ways to rationalize what they're doing.
Sure.
I'm trying to save the world. I'm trying to, save it for white men. Keep America, white and male again. So from their perspective, they're doing a good thing. They don't see themselves as evil. So that's, in other words, that's a really acting 101 thing, is never judge your own character.
Sure.
Yeah. They think they're the heroes of their own stories.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now, guys, we did get the $200 donation.
Got it.
So we are currently up to $3,567. And the $200, the book goes to Andy Germuga. So I will get
Andy Germuga.
I will get Andy's address to Christine, and we will get that to you.
Thank you, Andy.
Yeah, Andy, good guy.
Does this mean it's also cherry time now?
Oh, George, yeah.
Oh God! All right.
George is officially hyped. Once again, Christine, we have no idea what cherry time means. He asked us to put it on the board. We don't know what it means. We don't know what's going to happen now.
Okay. The truth is, I forgot that cherry time was still on the board, and previously cherry time involved me eating a giant bag of cherries. I don't have any cherries. So in much the same way that TV shows have guest hosts occasionally or guest stars, this time cherry time is going to be this bag of carrots.
Okay, great.
Eat this entire bag of carrots.
Great.
At least it's healthy.
Yeah, I'm famously diabetic, so this is a fun treat that I can have.
Okay.
So this is like when you tune into the news and it's like 360 with Anderson Cooper, and then the second the intro ends, it's like, hello, Anderson Cooper's on vacation. My name is Jim Broderick. Like, this is cherry time. Hello. Unfortunately, cherries are on break. I'm a bag of carrots.
But you still watch it. You don't turn away.
That's a lot of carrots, George. I get a little upset stomach with all that.
Now, well, Watto. Oh, geez. Tell Christine about our other money fundraiser, because we do need to do another one.
Yes.
Oh God, you're kidding me.
Christine, we found someone on eBay who is selling unused, mint condition promotional popcorn bags for Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip.
Wow.
And so each of us purchased 10 popcorn bags.
Wow.
And we promised that every $1,000 we would have a new bag of popcorn. So we've got 2 bags now. And we will take shifts so we don't all leave you. But we need to each now make a 3rd bag of popcorn.
I
love that. That's great. Well, popcorn, I could eat many bags of popcorn.
10 bags.
How many bags of carrots do you think you could eat, Christine? Now they're small. They're not full-size carrots. These are babies.
No, I couldn't eat that whole bag. I
don't want to. I'm just doing it to help people.
I know. I'm sorry that you're having to eat all that, but it's for a good cause.
I like what I like about these is because I'm eating these while I'm looking at the poster for My First Mister, which is the same color as carrots, and so I feel like they make a nice pairing.
Yeah, it is. It's a nice color coordinated thing. It's good.
Christine, you were on Curb Your Enthusiasm this most recent season as yourself.
Yes.
Now, Curb Your Enthusiasm, I think it was Busfield who brought it up as being like the complete polar opposite from being on a Sorkin show.
Yeah.
Curb Your Enthusiasm is very loose outline. You do whatever you want. You find your dialogue within the scene. And this is like word perfect, punctuation perfect Sorkin. As someone who has done both and has done everything in between, what do you naturally feel more comfortable doing? Do you feel it's scarier to have to be so word perfect, or scarier to have that little of a net?
Everything's scary in a good way, but I think doing Sorkin is so much like doing theater, and I've done so much theater. I continue to do theater, so I'm really used to that. To not ever paraphrasing, not even cannot, can't be, can't. It has to be cannot. But I loved doing the Curb because I love to improvise. I've had a lot of training in improvisation, and I just love it. In fact, when I direct, I often use and act. I use improvisation in rehearsal to help find behavior, to help find objectives. And sometimes in fact, for my first Mister, I would record the rehearsals with Albert Brooks and encourage them to improvise. And of course, if you have Albert Brooks, you're going to record it and take as many of the gems, the gold that comes out of his mouth, and put it right into the script.
Do you still have those tapes somewhere?
No.
Brooks tapes are lost.
They're lost.
Lost tapes.
Now, Christine, something we've been asking everybody who is on the show. This is a big serious question.
It's a big one.
Huge.
It's 2020.
Yeah.
Where is Martha Odell today?
Well, she just wrote, I'm thinking about Maureen Dowd. She's writing amazing, huge pieces about people like Gloria Steinem for the New York Times.
Yeah.
She's still just doing incredible work.
Right over your shoulder. You did the Gloria Steinem one-woman show.
I did.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah, which is now on PBS. They filmed it and for great performances on PBS, and so you can see it. It's a really I think they did a really good job. It's hard to capture a play on film, but they had several cameras, and I think they did a really good job. I'm proud of it.
That's great.
Yeah.
And Christine, the last thing before we let you go, during the credits of this show, when it goes up on YouTube, we're going to have everybody who came on waving to the camera, much like the good nights of SNL or the good nights of Studio 60. Can we get that from you?
No.
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 Wow.
I'm done. No. Yes.
What's great is that we now have both options, because we do have you on video, but I'm not going to do this. So I think it would be nice to have you on there refusing and then agreeing.
Yeah.
You've asked too much of me. I can't. That's too much. You can't. Come on.
Christine, will you say hi to Tommy from us?
I definitely will. I'm sorry he couldn't be here, even just to stick his head in and say, "Hey guys,
and just make it very clear to him that we did extend the ask. We were not trying to play hide the Shlami here. We would have gladly displayed him on screen. We were not trying to hide the Shlami."
No.
I will know that there was no attempt to hide the Shlami. This was really a delight. Thank you, guys. It was
Thank
really
you so
fun.
much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Stay safe. Have fun.
Have fun. Okay.
See ya. Now, guys,
So do I need to go pop more popcorn?
Well, we need to switch over to the next room. So let's do that, and then you can pop the popcorn. It's in the private chat. Guys, if you guys just stay watching here, we'll be back up in 1 second.
Oh, woot, woot. Goodbye. Thanks for watching. We love you. Go Pittsburgh. Go Steelers. We love you. Broadway cares. Thanks for watching. Tune in next week.
Studio 60 rocks!
See you later. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, be cool. Stay safe.
still waiting.
Yes! That's nice! Mwah.
Good night from Big Bear, California, where we are covered with smoke from the idiots who started the gender reveal fire.
Who was the host tonight?
It was Shakira. She's music and host. She was fine. She was good.
Hey, David Chin. Hey, man. Love you. Love you.